Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. Growing up in a small town in Idaho, life was pretty normal. School, friends, playing in the creek behind our house. That all changed when I was 9. My mom died after fighting cancer for 2 years. I watched her waste away in that hospital bed, and something inside me broke when she finally let go. I'm 26 now, but I still can't shake what's been happening to me. I need to write this down because I'm scared and confused, and I don't know who to turn to anymore. It started with dreams. After Mum died, I'd dream about us going to the park together. Just normal stuff like pushing me on the swings or helping me across the monkey bars. They were comforting at first, like little visits, but then they started to change. Around when I was 12, the dreams morphed into something else. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a single muscle, but I was fully aware of my surroundings, and there, in the corner of my room, I'd see her, just standing there, watching me. At first, I thought it was Mom coming to check on me like she used to when she was alive, but something was off. Her face wasn't quite right. Her eyes seemed darker, emptier. Her skin was too pale. I'd try to scream, but nothing would come out. Eventually, I'd snap out of it, and she'd be gone. My dad never believed me when I told him. He said it was just grief and that I needed to move on. By the time I hit high school, the episodes became less frequent, and I convinced myself it was just sleep paralysis brought on by trauma. I researched it online, and it made sense. Your brain wakes up before your body, causing hallucinations. That explanation helped me cope. After college, I moved back to our town, but got my own place. A small rental house about 15 minutes from my dad's. I was working remotely as a graphic designer, keeping to myself mostly. Things were finally normal, or as normal as they could be, until 3 weeks ago. I was cleaning out some boxes I'd brought from my dad's house when I found an old photo album. Most of the pictures were of me as a kid, but there were several of my mom before she got sick. She was beautiful, bright blue eyes, wavy brown hair, always smiling. I sat on my bed flipping through them, feeling that familiar ache in my chest. I took one photo out, my favorite of her at a picnic when I was about 7. She was laughing at something off camera, her head tilted back slightly, looking so alive. I placed it on my nightstand so I could see it every morning. The next day, I noticed something strange about the photo. Her smile seemed different somehow, tighter, less genuine. I figured it was just the lighting in my room playing tricks on me. But the day after that, her face had definitely changed. Her eyes were darker, almost black. Her skin seemed paler. I picked up the photo, hands shaking, and examined it closely. This wasn't a trick of the light. The photo itself had changed. Over the next few days, I watched in horror as the picture continued to transform. Her hair thinned out, revealing patches of scalp. Her face became gaunt, cheekbones protruding sharply. Her eyes sank deeper into their sockets. By the end of the week, she barely looked human anymore. I went through the album again, and every single photo of her was changing in the same way. In some, her mouth was stretched impossibly wide. In others, her fingers had elongated into claw-like appendages. It was like watching her transform into something else. I took the album to my dad's house, my heart pounding the entire drive over. He was surprised to see me. I hadn't visited in weeks. "Dad, look at these," I said, thrusting the album into his hands. "Look what's happening to Mum's pictures." He flipped through the pages slowly, his brow furrowed in confusion. What am I supposed to be seeing, Marcus? Her face! It's changing. Look at how pale she is, how her eyes are all wrong. I was practically shouting. Dad looked at me with concern. Son, these pictures look exactly the same as they always have. Your mother looks beautiful in them. I grabbed the album back and stared at the photos. They were still distorted, still wrong. That's when I realized whatever was happening, only I could see it. That night, I went home and shoved the album into my closet. I couldn't sleep. Around 3 in the morning, I heard someone call my name. Marcus. It was faint, coming from outside. A woman's voice, my mom's voice. I froze, lying perfectly still in my bed. Marcus, help me. The voice was louder now, more insistent. I slowly got out of bed and approached my window, pulling back the curtain just enough to peek outside. The street was empty, except for a figure standing under the streetlight directly across from my house. It was too dark to make out features, but I could tell it was a woman. She was looking right at my window. Marcus, let me in. I let the curtain fall back and backed away from the window, my heart hammering in my chest. I checked that my doors and windows were locked, then sat on my couch with all the lights on until morning. The next night it was the same thing, the voice calling me, the figure watching my house. But this time, there was something else. Around midnight, I heard the doorknob to my front door jiggling. Someone, or something, was trying to get in. I called the police, whispering into the phone because I was afraid whatever was outside would hear me. When they arrived 20 minutes later, there was no one there. The officer looked at me like I was crazy when I tried to explain. Sir, there's no evidence anyone was trying to break in. Your locks are intact, and there are no footprints in the mud around your house. But I knew what I'd heard. The following day, I noticed something odd about my neighbor's house. The Johnsons were an older couple who'd lived next door since before I moved in. They were quiet, kept to themselves, but always waved when they saw me. Their house looked different somehow. The curtains were drawn, which was unusual since Mrs. Johnson always opened them first thing in the morning. Their car was in the driveway, but there were no lights on at night. After 3 days of this, I walked over and knocked on their door. No answer. I peered through a gap in the curtains, and what I saw made my blood run cold. The living room was a mess, furniture overturned, papers scattered everywhere. It looked like they'd left in a hurry. I called the police again. This time, they took it more seriously. They entered the house but found no sign of the Johnsons. No evidence of foul play either, just a house that looked like its occupants had fled suddenly. The officer told me they'd file a missing persons report, but there wasn't much else they could do. As he was leaving, he paused on my porch. Listen, son, he said, his voice low. There've been reports lately. Strange things happening around town. Might be nothing, but until we figure it out, maybe stay inside after dark, okay? That night, the voice was louder than ever. Marcus, I'm cold. Let me in. I covered my ears with a pillow, but it didn't help. Around 2 in the morning, I heard scratching at my bedroom window. Slow, deliberate scratches, like fingernails on glass. I was too terrified to look. The scratching continued for hours, stopping just before dawn. When I finally gathered the courage to check, there were no marks on the window. Nothing to prove what I'd heard was real. I called my dad that morning, desperate for someone to talk to. He sounded tired, distracted. Dad, something weird is happening. The Johnsons are missing, and there's something outside my house at night. Marcus, you need to stop this, he said firmly. You're working too much, not sleeping enough. Maybe you should see Dr. Brennan again. Dr. Brennan was the therapist I'd seen after Mom died. I hung up, feeling more alone than ever. That day, I found more photos of Mom that I'd missed before. They were in an envelope in my desk drawer, pictures from her last few months. These were different, though. In these, she was already sick, already dying. And as I watched, horrified, these photos started changing too, but in reverse. Her hollow cheeks filled out, her bald head sprouted thick hair, her sunken eyes brightened. She was becoming healthy again in these pictures, while deteriorating in the others. It was getting dark outside, and I knew what was coming. I couldn't face another night of that voice, the scratching, the doorknob turning. I decided to drive to a motel a few towns over, just to get away. I threw some clothes into a bag, grabbed my laptop and phone, and headed for my car. As I stepped outside, the sun was just setting, casting long shadows across my yard. I'd made it halfway to my car when I heard it. "Marcus, where are you going?" The voice wasn't coming from down the street anymore. It was right behind me. I spun around and saw nothing. But when I turned back toward my car, she was there, standing between me and my escape. It looked like my mom, but wrong in every possible way. Her skin was paper white, stretched tight over protruding bones. Her eyes were black pools, no whites visible. Her mouth was too wide, filled with teeth that seemed to multiply as I watched. Her fingers were unnaturally long, ending in sharp points. "Don't you want to see your mother, Marcus?" The thing's mouth barely moved when it spoke. I backed away slowly. "You're not my mother." It tilted its head at an impossible angle. "But I've been trying so hard to look like her for you. Don't you like what you see?" I turned and ran back to my house, slamming the door behind me and locking it. Through the peephole, I could see it standing in my driveway, watching the house. It didn't move, didn't blink. It's been 3 days now. I haven't left the house. Whatever that thing is, it's still out there. Sometimes at my window, sometimes at my door, always watching, always waiting. The photos keep changing, some showing my mom getting sicker, others showing her getting healthier, like it can't decide which version of her to be. Last night, my phone rang. The caller ID showed my dad's number. "Marcus, I need you to come over," he said, his voice sounding strange, distant. "There's something I need to tell you about your mother." I haven't called him back, because when I looked out my window after hanging up, I saw my dad's car parked across the street. And standing next to it was that thing, holding a phone to its ear, staring directly at my house. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it's pretending to be my mom. All I know is that it's getting closer, and the photos keep changing, and I'm running out of places to hide. Story 2. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. I mean, I've had a few weird experiences before, hearing strange noises in old houses, feeling like someone was watching me when nobody was there, but nothing concrete enough to make me think the supernatural was real. That changed last year on a Friday night in October. My husband Mike and I live in rural West Virginia, about 20 minutes outside of Charleston. We've been here for about 5 years now, and we love it. The peace and quiet, the beautiful mountains, the way you can actually see the stars at night. But sometimes the isolation gets to us, especially in the winter when the roads get bad. That night, we'd gone out with our friends, Tara and James, who live about 15 minutes further out than we do. We took one car into town. It made sense since we were all going to the same place. We saw some horror movie at the theater, which feels ironic now, then grabbed dinner at this little Italian place downtown. It was a normal night. Completely normal. It was around 10:30 when we finally headed back. Mike was driving my SUV, I was in the passenger seat, and Tara and James were in the back. We were all still talking about the movie. It was one of those psychological thrillers where you're not sure what's real and what isn't, the kind that makes you question your own perception. The drive back to Tara and James's place is along Route 17, which is this winding 2-lane road that cuts through thick forest. There are barely any houses out there, and definitely no streetlights. It's the kind of road where you have to use your high beams the whole time because it's just so dark, and you have to watch for deer constantly. About 10 minutes into the drive, I noticed headlights in our rearview mirror. They appeared out of nowhere, which was odd because we hadn't passed any side roads where someone could have pulled out from. The car stayed pretty far behind us at first, but then it started gaining on us. Someone's in a hurry, Mike said, glancing in the rearview mirror. We weren't driving slowly, probably about 55 in a 45 zone, but this car was coming up fast. Mike moved a little to the right to let them pass if they wanted to, but then the strangest thing happened. Instead of passing us, the car slowed down and matched our speed, staying about 50 feet behind us. I could see it was some kind of dark sedan, but in the darkness I couldn't make out the model or even the exact color. "That's weird," Tara said from the back seat. "Why would they race up to us just to slow down?" "Maybe they realized they were speeding," James suggested. We continued driving for another few minutes, all of us occasionally glancing back at the car following us. Then, without warning, it accelerated and passed us. It was so sudden that we all fell silent, watching as it sped ahead. Now we could see its red taillights in front of us, growing smaller as it pulled away. But it didn't get too far ahead, maybe a quarter mile or so, before it slowed down again to a normal speed. "That was odd," Mike said, breaking the silence. "Maybe they're drunk," I suggested, "or texting." We kept driving, maintaining the same distance behind this car. For about 5 minutes, nothing changed. Just us following this dark vehicle down the empty country road. We resumed our conversation about the movie, but I noticed we were all still watching those taillights ahead of us. Route 17 has this stretch, where there are no turnoffs for about 7 miles. It's just forest on both sides, thick and impenetrable. No houses, no side roads, nothing. We were about halfway through this stretch when it happened. The car ahead of us suddenly slowed down, not gradually like someone looking for a turn, but abruptly, like they'd just noticed they were about to miss something. No brake lights came on, which I remember thinking was strange. Then, without signaling, the car made a sharp right turn and disappeared from the road. Mike slowed down as we approached the spot where the car had turned. "Where did they go?" Tara asked, leaning forward between the front seats to get a better look. We all scanned the right side of the road as we slowly rolled past the spot where the car had turned. There was nothing there. No road, no driveway, not even a dirt path. Just dense trees and underbrush. Mike stopped the car completely, and we sat there with the engine running, staring out the passenger side window at the unbroken line of trees. "That's impossible," James said quietly. Mike turned on the high beams and pointed them toward the woods. The light illuminated nothing but tree trunks and thick undergrowth. There was no gap in the trees, no path, nothing that could have allowed a car to enter. "Maybe we misjudged where they turned," I said, trying to be rational. "Maybe it was further up." Mike drove slowly for another quarter mile, all of us scanning the roadside. There was nothing, no turnoff, no break-in, the trees, no sign of the car. "Let's go back," James suggested. "Maybe we missed something." Mike made a 3-point turn on the empty road, and we drove back, even more slowly this time, examining every inch of the roadside. When we reached the spot where we thought the car had turned, Mike stopped again. I rolled down my window and looked out. The air was cool and damp, and somewhere in the distance an owl hooted. But there was no sound of a car engine, no sign that another vehicle had been there at all. "I don't understand," I said. "We all saw it turn right here, didn't we?" Everyone nodded. "But there's nowhere for a car to go," Tara said, her voice tight. We sat in silence for a moment, the only sound the idle of our engine and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. "Let's get out and look," Mike suggested, already reaching for his door handle. "Wait," I said, grabbing his arm. Something about the idea of getting out of the car in that spot filled me with dread. "Let's just go, please." Mike looked at me, then at Tara and James in the back seat. They both looked as uneasy as I felt. "Okay," he said finally. "Let's go." As we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched from the trees. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights appear behind us again, but the road remained empty. The rest of the drive to Tara and James's house was silent. It was like we were all trying to process what we'd seen, or what we thought we'd seen. When we pulled into their driveway, no one moved to get out right away. "Did that really just happen?" Tara asked eventually. "I don't know what I saw," James admitted, "but it looked like that car turned into solid forest." "Maybe it was just an optical illusion," Mike suggested, though he didn't sound convinced. "The way the shadows fell or something." I wanted to believe that. I really did. But I'd seen what I'd seen, a car turning where no turn was possible, disappearing as if it had never been there at all. "Let's look it up," Tara said suddenly. "Maybe there's a history of strange sightings on that road." We went inside their house, and James opened his laptop. We gathered around as he searched for Route 17 West Virginia ghost car and similar terms. What we found chilled me to the bone. There were at least 3 other accounts from people who claimed to have seen something similar on that same stretch of road. A dark car that disappeared into the forest where no road existed. One account was from 1995, another from 2003, and the most recent from 2016. All described essentially the same thing we had just experienced. The 2016 account included a theory. Apparently, in the 1970s, there had been plans to build a side road at approximately that location, but the project was abandoned after a surveyor died in an accident. Some locals believed his spirit still haunted the area, driving an eternal route that never got built. "This is crazy," Mike said, rubbing his face. "There has to be a logical explanation." "Like what?" I asked. "We all saw it. The car was there, and then it wasn't. There's nowhere it could have gone." We stayed at Tara and James's longer than we'd planned, all of us reluctant to get back on that road. It was after midnight when we finally left, with promises to text each other when we got home safely. The drive back was tense. Mike kept his eyes fixed on the road, and I couldn't stop looking into the forest on both sides, searching for I don't know what. When we passed the spot where the car had disappeared, I felt a cold sensation wash over me, like someone had opened a freezer door. We made it home without incident, but neither of us slept well that night. I kept waking up, thinking I heard a car engine outside our window. The next day, Mike and I drove back to that spot in broad daylight. We walked along the roadside, examining the area where we'd seen the car turn. There was absolutely no gap in the trees, no hidden path, nothing that could explain what we'd seen. The forest was too dense even for a person to walk through easily, let alone a vehicle. We've talked about it countless times since then, the 4 of us. We've gone over every detail, every possible explanation. None of us can make sense of it. We've even gone back to that spot a few times, always in daylight, always together. Nothing has ever happened again. But I still won't drive that stretch of Route 17 at night, and whenever I'm in a car and see taillights ahead of me on a dark road, I get this knot in my stomach, wondering if they'll suddenly turn where no turn is possible and vanish into thin air. I used to be skeptical about ghost stories. Now I'm not so sure. 4 rational adults saw the same impossible thing that night. We weren't drunk, we weren't tired, we weren't suggestible. We just saw what we saw, a car that couldn't exist turning onto a road that was never built. I still don't know what to make of it. All I know is that sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering about that dark car and its driver. Where were they going? Were they ever really there at all? Or is some part of them still driving that lonely road, turning endlessly onto a path that exists only in another reality, another time? I don't have answers. I just know what I saw, and I know I'll never forget it as long as I live. Story 3. I still get goosebumps every time I think about what happened to me on Hermana's Road 14 years ago. I've tried to rationalize it countless times, but nothing makes sense. I'm 33 now, and I've never told many people about this, but I need to get it off my chest. Back when I was 19, I was living with my parents in Deming, New Mexico. If you've never been there, it's this small town surrounded by nothing but desert, mountains in the distance, and a whole lot of empty space. My girlfriend at the time, Melissa, lived on the outskirts of town, past where the pavement ends and the dirt roads begin. To get to her house, I had to take Hermana's Road, a long, winding dirt road that cuts through the desert. During the day, it's just a dusty, bumpy path, but at night, that road transforms into something else entirely. No streetlights, no houses for stretches at a time, just pitch-black darkness that swallows your headlights. When there's no moon, you can't see anything beyond where your headlights reach. The only landmarks are the twisted mesquite bushes that cast these weird shadows when your lights hit them. Sometimes your brain tricks you into thinking they're moving. I used to drive Melissa home almost every night after we'd hang out. It was routine. We'd catch a movie, grab some food at the Sonic Drive-In, or just chill at my friend's place. Then around 11 or midnight, I'd drive her back in my old Ford pickup. Nothing fancy, just a reliable truck that got me where I needed to go. The first weird thing happened in early October. We were driving back around midnight, and I was going maybe 40 miles per hour. Not too fast, since the road is rough and full of dips. About halfway down Hermanus, my headlights caught something ahead. A car had veered off the road and was tilted at an angle half in the ditch. I pulled over, told Melissa to stay in the truck, and approached the vehicle. Inside was this guy, maybe a few years older than me, looking completely dazed. His nose was bleeding from hitting the steering wheel, but otherwise he seemed okay. When I asked him what happened, he just kept saying, "I don't know, man. I don't know. Something pulled the wheel." We helped him out, and I drove him to the gas station at the main road where he could call someone. He kept insisting something had grabbed his steering wheel and yanked it. I figured he'd fallen asleep or been drinking, though he didn't smell like alcohol. Still, people never want to admit when they screw up driving. About 2 weeks later, I was driving alone on Hermana's Road around 10 at night. I was heading to pick up Melissa, and it was darker than usual. No moon, just stars. My headlights swept across something in the middle of the road that made me slam on my brakes. It was a dead pit bull, but what freaked me out wasn't just finding a dead dog, it was how it was positioned. The dog was laid out perfectly in the center of the road, legs stretched out in 4 directions like it had been deliberately placed there. Its eyes were wide open, staring straight up at the sky. No blood, no visible injuries, just arranged. I didn't want to drive over it, so I got out to move it to the side of the road. The moment my hand touched its fur, I felt this intense cold, not just the normal cold of something dead, but like touching ice. The dog felt stiff, but not in the way dead animals usually do. It felt wrong. I dragged it to the side of the road, got back in my truck, and continued to Melissa's. When I told her about it, she got super freaked out and made me promise to check if it was still there on our way back. Here's the thing, when we drove back along that same stretch about 3 hours later, the dog was gone. Completely gone. No drag marks, no signs anything had been there at all. We even got out with flashlights to check. Nothing. At this point, I was starting to get a bad feeling about Hermanus Road, but I brushed it off. Dead animals disappear in the desert. Coyotes probably dragged it away. The third incident happened about a week later. It was around midnight, and I was driving Melissa home. We were both tired, not talking much, just listening to the radio cutting in and out as we bounced along the dirt road. About a mile from her turnoff, I saw someone on the side of the road, frantically waving their arms. It looked like a man wearing dark clothes, desperately trying to flag someone down. My first instinct was to stop. Out here, you help people because cell service is spotty and being stranded can be dangerous. As I slowed down, Melissa grabbed my arm and whispered, "Don't stop." I looked at her, confused, then back at the figure. Something felt off. The person was waving their arms, but they weren't moving toward the road like you'd expect. They were just standing in the same spot, arms flailing wildly, almost too fast to be natural. Against my better judgment, I pulled over about 20 yards past them. I looked in my rearview mirror to see if they were approaching the truck. There was nobody there. The road behind us was completely empty. "Did you see that?" I asked Melissa. She nodded, her face pale in the dashboard lights. "Let's go," she said. "Please, let's just go." I didn't need convincing. I hit the gas and got us to her house as fast as that dirt road would allow. That night I stayed over on her couch because neither of us wanted me driving back on Hermanus alone. After that night I started taking the longer route to her house, a paved road that added about 15 minutes to the drive, but felt safer. Melissa never questioned it. She knew something was wrong with that road too, but I couldn't avoid Hermanus forever. One night, about a month later, there was a flash flood warning, and the longer route was partially flooded. I had to take Melissa home via Hermanus, or not at all. It was raining lightly as we set out, which is rare enough in southern New Mexico. The dirt road was slick and muddy, making driving even slower and more difficult. The wipers squeaked across my windshield, and the headlights reflected off the wet road, creating weird patterns of light and shadow. Melissa was quiet, clutching her jacket around her like armor. We were about halfway down Hermanus when the radio, which had been playing quietly, suddenly blasted static. The volume knob didn't do anything when I tried to turn it down. Then, as suddenly as it started, the radio died completely. The dashboard lights flickered. "Connor, what's happening?" Melissa's voice was tight with fear. "Just the rain," I said, trying to sound confident. "Messing with the electrical system." That's when I felt it. A slight shift in the truck, like someone had placed their hand on the bed and pushed. The steering wheel tugged slightly to the right. I corrected it, thinking it was just the mud making the truck slide. Then it happened again, harder. The truck lurched toward the ditch. I gripped the wheel with both hands, fighting to keep us on the road. "Connor!" Melissa screamed as the truck was pushed again, this time so hard that my grip on the steering wheel wasn't enough. We slid toward the ditch, the tires finding no traction in the mud. What happened next is still crystal clear in my mind. The truck began to shake violently, like someone was rocking it from side to side. I could hear the suspension creaking and groaning. The windows fogged up instantly, despite the cool air outside. Through the windshield, I could see absolutely nothing unusual, just rain and darkness. But something was physically shoving my 3,000-pound truck like it was a toy. The steering wheel spun in my hands, wrenching itself toward the ditch. I fought against it, but it was like wrestling with something 10 times stronger than me. The wheel was ice cold, burning my palms. Melissa was screaming, clutching the dashboard. I was yelling too, a mix of fear and anger. "Stop it! Leave us alone!" Then came the sound, not quite a voice, not quite a growl, but something that made the hair on my arms stand straight up. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a low vibration that I felt more than heard. In desperation, I stomped on the gas. The truck shot forward, still being pulled to the right, and we crashed through some mesquite bushes. Thorns scraped along the sides of my truck with a sound like fingernails on metal. The violent shaking stopped instantly. We sat there, engine running, both of us breathing hard. The radio suddenly came back on, playing a song like nothing had happened. The dashboard lights stabilized. "What the fuck was that?" Melissa whispered. I couldn't answer. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely put the truck in reverse to back out of the bushes. Once we were back on the road, I drove as fast as I safely could to her house, constantly checking the rearview mirror. When we arrived, neither of us mentioned what had happened. I think we were both too scared to put it into words. I stayed at her place that night, and the next day I took the long way home, even though the flood warning was over. That was the last time I ever drove on Hermanus Road at night. Melissa and I broke up a few months later, not because of what happened, but because I was leaving for college. I made sure to always take the paved route during the day when I visited her until then. Years passed, and I moved away from Deming. I pushed the memories of Hermanus Road to the back of my mind. I told myself it was just the rain, the mud, my imagination. Maybe someone had played a prank on us that night, but last year I was back visiting my family. My brother was driving us to a friend's house, and without thinking, he turned onto Hermanus Road as a shortcut. It was broad daylight, but the moment I saw that familiar dirt path stretching out ahead of us, all the fear came rushing back. My mouth went dry, and I felt the same cold I'd felt that night 14 years ago. "Turn around," I said, my voice coming out harsher than I intended. "Take the other road." My brother looked at me like I was crazy, but something in my face must have convinced him. He turned the car around without asking questions. Later, I tried to explain, but the words sounded ridiculous even to me. How do you tell someone that a road attacked you, that something invisible tried to force your truck into a ditch, that you're convinced the same thing that grabbed my steering wheel was what caused that guy's accident all those years ago? I've looked up Hermanus Road online a few times, searching for similar stories or accidents. I've found nothing concrete, just vague mentions in local forums about it being creepy or haunted. Maybe what happened to me was a one-off. Maybe it was all in my head. But I know what I felt. I know what Melissa and I experienced. And I know that nothing could ever make me drive down Hermanus Road again, day or night. Sometimes I think about that young guy in the car accident, insisting something pulled his wheel. I believe him now. I just wish I'd believed him then. Story 4. I still can't sleep through the night. It's been decades, but every time I close my eyes, I see her face. Those eyes that seem to look right through me, like I was nothing more than livestock waiting for slaughter. I was 14 when it happened. My name is Sebastian Guerrero, and I grew up in the Sierra Madre Oriental Mountains in Mexico. Our village, Yerba Buena, was the kind of place nobody ever left. We were poor, mostly farmers and laborers, with no electricity and very few people who could read or write. My father taught me some basics, but most villagers had never seen a book in their lives. It was December of '62 when they first arrived, the Hernandez brothers, Santos and Cayetano. I remember it clearly because it was unusually cold that winter. They came wearing fine clothes, which was strange for visitors to our remote village. They spoke with authority and confidence that immediately commanded respect. They called a meeting in the village center. I stood beside my father as they told us they were messengers of an ancient Incan god who had been exiled from his rightful place among the deities. If we helped this god return to power by following their instructions, they promised our village would be blessed with prosperity beyond imagination. People were skeptical at first. We weren't completely naive, but the brothers knew exactly what to say. They spoke of our hardships as if they could see into our souls. They described droughts that had destroyed our crops years before, illnesses that had taken our loved ones, and struggles that seemed to confirm they had divine knowledge. My father whispered to me, "Be wary of men who claim to speak for gods." But his was a minority voice. Within weeks, the brothers had established themselves in the largest house in the village, which belonged to our former elder who had died the previous year. They began demanding offerings, the best food, mezcal, and eventually valuables like family heirlooms that had been passed down for generations. They claimed these items would be used in rituals to strengthen their connection to the exiled god. By February, some villagers were growing restless. The promised prosperity hadn't materialized, and families were going hungry after giving away so much. That's when the brothers announced a special ceremony would take place in the mountain caves above our village. They said the god himself would manifest before us. The night of the ceremony, everyone gathered at the cave entrance. The brothers had decorated it with strange symbols painted in red and black. Inside, they'd set up dozens of candles, creating eerie shadows on the walls. The cave system was vast. We children were always forbidden from exploring them because people had gotten lost in there and never returned. As we waited in the flickering darkness, drums began to beat from deeper within the cave. The sound echoed around us, making it impossible to tell where it was coming from. Then she appeared. I'll never forget my first sight of her. She called herself Magdalena, claiming to be the physical manifestation of an Incan goddess. She wore elaborate clothing with gold embellishments and feathers that seemed to glow in the candlelight. Her face was painted with intricate designs, and she moved with such grace that it was almost inhuman. What I didn't know then, what none of us knew, was that she was a prostitute the brothers had brought from the city. Her real name was Magdalena Salas. They had coached her, dressed her up, and presented her as divine. The villagers fell to their knees. Many wept. Even my skeptical father bowed his head, though I could see doubt in his eyes. She spoke in a strange language none of us understood, with the brothers translating her commands. That night, she demanded even more from us, not just possessions now, but devotion and unquestioning obedience. Something changed after that first ceremony. The brothers, who had seemed firmly in control, began to look nervous around Magdalena. She stopped following their script and started making her own demands. She moved into a separate cave higher up the mountain and required villagers to bring her offerings directly. By April, Magdalena had completely taken over. The brothers became her servants rather than the other way around. She developed appetites. First, she demanded animal sacrifices, claiming their blood would maintain her divine power. Villagers would bring chickens, goats, even precious cattle to her cave, where she would cut their throats and drink their blood from a stone chalice. My parents tried to shield me from what was happening, but everyone knew. The whole village was changing. People who had been neighbors and friends for generations became suspicious of each other, reporting to Magdalena if anyone spoke against her. Those who showed the most devotion were rewarded with special status, food, and protection. 2 men from our village, cousins named Esteban and Miguel, planned to leave in the night and get help from authorities in the nearby town. Someone overheard and told Magdalena. She called another ceremony, this one mandatory for everyone. When we arrived at the cave, Esteban and Miguel were already there, tied to wooden posts. Magdalena, now wearing a headdress made of animal bones and feathers, declared them traitors to the god. What happened next? I still wake up screaming about it sometimes. She slit their throats herself, collecting their blood in her chalice. But she didn't stop there. As they hung dying, she cut open their chests and removed their hearts. She bit into one of the hearts before placing them on a stone altar. Then she drank their blood and passed the chalice to her most devoted followers. I vomited. My father held me tightly, covering my eyes, but it was too late. I'd seen everything. That night, he told me we needed to escape, but before we could make plans, he disappeared. My mother claimed he'd gone hunting, but her eyes were empty and she wouldn't meet my gaze. 3 days later, I saw his knife, the one he always carried, hanging from Magdalena's belt. I knew then I had to do something. No one was coming to save us. The brothers, who I thought might eventually stop this madness, had become just as devoted to her as everyone else. I'd seen Santos drinking blood alongside her, his eyes wild with the same fanaticism that had overtaken the village. In early May, I decided to explore the caves from another entrance I'd discovered while herding goats years before. I thought maybe I could find a way to escape through the mountain, or at least understand better what was happening in Magdalena's private chambers. I waited until most villagers were working in the fields before slipping into the narrow passage. The tight tunnel eventually opened into a larger cavern system. I followed the sound of chanting until I found myself on a ledge overlooking a massive cave chamber I'd never seen before. Below me was a nightmare. Magdalena stood before an altar covered in blood. surrounded by about 20 villagers, including her brother, who had joined her sometime in April. The walls were decorated with human bones arranged in patterns. Hearts, human hearts, were preserved somehow and displayed on stone shelves. In the corner was a pile of bodies, some fresh, others decaying. And there, being held down on the altar, was a young woman from our village named Lucia. She was screaming until Magdalena silenced her with a blow to the face. Then she began cutting into Lucia's chest while she was still alive. I must have made a sound because suddenly Magdalena looked up, directly at me. Our eyes met, and I saw nothing human there, just hunger and madness. I ran until my lungs burned, scrambling through passages, scraping my hands and knees on the rocks, finally bursting out of the mountain into the fading daylight. I didn't stop running until I reached the police station in the next town, 10 miles away. I was hysterical, covered in dirt and blood from my cuts. The officers thought I was crazy. They laughed when I tried to explain about the woman who drank blood and cut out hearts. One called me the boy who saw a vampire and sent me to sleep on a bench, saying they'd deal with me in the morning. Only one officer, Luis Martinez, seemed concerned. He gave me water and asked questions that showed he was taking me seriously. The next morning, he agreed to come back to Yerba Buena with me to investigate. We never made it to the village. As we approached the path leading up the mountain, we were ambushed. I remember a blur of faces, people I'd known my whole life, and then pain as something struck my head. When I woke up, I was back in the cave, tied to one of the wooden posts. Officer Martinez was beside me, unconscious and bleeding from a head wound. Magdalena approached, no longer wearing her elaborate costume, but somehow more terrifying in simple clothes stained with old blood. "The boy who would be hero," she said, tracing a finger down my cheek. "Your blood will be especially sweet." She had changed so much since her arrival. Her eyes were bloodshot, her skin pale and waxy. She was thinner, almost skeletal, but moved with frightening strength. When she smiled, her teeth seemed sharper, stained red. "The God speaks through me now," she whispered. "He tells me whose heart to take, whose blood will make me stronger." She believed it. That was the most terrifying part. She truly believed she was divine. The ceremony began at nightfall. Officer Martinez regained consciousness just in time to witness villagers filing into the cave, including my mother, who wouldn't look at me. Magdalena's brother stood at her side, his eyes vacant, while the Hernandez brothers directed the proceedings like it was some kind of theater. Magdalena approached Officer Martinez first. I closed my eyes, but couldn't block out his screams. When I opened them again, she was holding his heart, taking a bite before placing it on the altar. Then she turned to me. I don't remember much after that. Pain. Unimaginable pain. The sensation of hands inside my chest. The world going dark around the edges. I was certain I was dying. What I learned later is that a police search party, concerned when Officer Martinez didn't return, followed our trail. They arrived with military backup and raided the caves. There was a shootout. Most of the cult members were killed, including the Hernandez brothers. Magdalena and her brother were found hiding in a hut near the cave entrance. I shouldn't have survived. The doctors couldn't explain it. They said my heart had been partially cut out, but somehow I lived. They reconstructed what they could, but I'll never be whole again. Magdalena and her brother were sentenced to 50 years in prison. During the trial, details emerged about how what started as a simple scam by the Hernandez brothers evolved into something much more sinister once Magdalena developed her God complex. The official count was 38 villagers murdered in those caves. Sometimes I wonder if she really did have some kind of power. Not divine, something darker. How else could an entire village of good people be transformed so completely? How could she survive drinking blood for months without getting sick? How could I have lived through what she did to me? I still live with my grandmother in a city far from the mountains. I've never gone back. but sometimes at night I swear I can hear drums echoing from far away. And in my dreams, I see Magdalena's eyes, still hungry, still watching, still waiting for more blood. Story 5. I've been debating whether to post this for years. I'm 31 now, but what happened when I was 9 still gives me goosebumps when I think about it. I've told a few people over the years, but I usually get the same reactions. Either they think I made it up, or they try to explain it away. But I know what I heard and saw that day, and so did my cousins. It was summer break, back in 2001. My mom, stepdad and I had driven out to my Aunt Cheryl's place in this tiny farming community called Millerville. It's basically just a dot on the map, one of those places with more cows than people. My aunt and uncle owned this old farmhouse with a few acres, a barn, and some chickens. Nothing fancy, but for us city kids, it was like a different world. The whole extended family was gathering for my grandma's 70th birthday. It was a big deal. Relatives drove in from 3 different states. My mom's side of the family is huge, and I had cousins everywhere, running around and getting into everything. The adults had taken over the house for the party, so all us kids were hanging out in the barn. The barn wasn't used for animals anymore. My uncle had converted part of it into a workshop, but the rest was just this big open space with some old furniture, farm equipment, and random stuff they'd collected over the years. It smelled like hay and dust and old wood. There were 7 of us kids in total. Me, my cousins Jake and Lily, who were brother and sister. My cousins Marcus and Penny, also siblings, and 2 other cousins I didn't know as well, Sam and Ethan, who were from my uncle's side. I was one of the younger ones in the group. Marcus was the oldest at 13, and he was always trying to act like he was in charge. It was getting dark outside, and the barn only had a couple of old light bulbs hanging from the ceiling. They cast these weird shadows everywhere. We'd been playing hide and seek, but we were getting bored of it. So Marcus suggested we sit around this old wooden table in the corner and tell scary stories. We pulled up these mismatched chairs and arranged them in a circle. The table was this massive, beat-up old thing, probably from like the 1940s or something. It had all these scratches and water rings on it. We took turns telling the lamest ghost stories ever. You know, the kind of stuff kids make up when they're trying to scare each other. The hook-handed man and stuff like that. I remember looking around while Jake was telling some stupid story about a haunted toilet. The barn walls had all this random stuff hanging on them, old farm tools, a calendar from 3 years ago, a rusty license plate. And directly across from me, behind where Penny was sitting, was this large framed picture of Jesus. It was one of those typical ones you see in a lot of religious households, Jesus with long brown hair and a beard, looking all peaceful with a glowing heart. It was in this ornate wooden frame, probably about 2 feet tall. I didn't think anything of it at the time. My aunt was pretty religious, so it made sense she'd have religious pictures around. We were all focused on our stories, trying to one-up each other with who could tell the scariest one. That's when it happened. At first it was so faint I thought I was imagining it. A low whistling sound, like someone trying to get someone else's attention. You know, that hey, over here kind of whistle, just a simple 2-note thing. Wee-woo! I stopped listening to whatever story was being told and looked around. The whistling came again, a little louder this time. Wee-woo! Did you guys hear that? I asked, interrupting Ethan, who was in the middle of some story about a zombie dog. Everyone went quiet. Then the whistle came again. Wee-woo! Is that one of the adults? Lily asked, looking toward the barn door. We all shook our heads. The sound wasn't coming from outside or from the door. It was coming from inside the barn, right there with us. Wee-woo! It's coming from over there, Sam said, pointing vaguely toward the wall behind Penny. We all listened. The whistle came again, and this time I felt a cold sensation spread across my back, because I could tell exactly where it was coming from. It's the picture, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The Jesus picture is whistling. Everyone turned to look at the picture on the wall. Penny, who was sitting right in front of it, slowly turned around in her chair. Wee-hoo. There was no mistaking it now. The sound was coming from the picture. The mouth on Jesus wasn't moving or anything. It wasn't like a cartoon, but the sound was definitely coming from that picture on the wall. For a second, nobody moved. Nobody said anything. We were all just frozen, staring at this ordinary picture that was somehow making a whistling sound. Then Penny screamed and jumped out of her chair. That broke the spell, and suddenly we were all yelling and scrambling to get away from the table. I knocked my chair over backward in my rush to stand up. Marcus, who had been acting all tough with his scary stories, was the first one to the door. We burst out of the barn and ran toward the house, all shouting over each other. We rushed into the kitchen where most of the adults were gathered, drinking and talking. "The picture is whistling," Jake was yelling. "Jesus is making noises," I added. "There's something in the barn," Lily cried. My mom grabbed me by the shoulders. "Thomas, calm down. What are you talking about?" We all tried to explain at once, which just made us sound more hysterical. The adults exchanged those looks, you know the ones, where they think the kids are just playing games or making stuff up. My Uncle Rick laughed. "Sounds like you kids have been telling too many ghost stories." "But it's true," Marcus insisted, which surprised me because he was usually too cool to get worked up about anything. The picture was whistling at us. My Aunt Cheryl looked concerned, but not about the whistling. "I told you kids not to mess around in the barn. There's tools and equipment in there." "We weren't messing with anything," I said desperately. "We were just sitting around the table and the picture started whistling." My stepdad, who was usually pretty serious, actually chuckled. "Pictures don't whistle, buddy." "This one did," all of us kids insisted, but it was no use. The adults just wouldn't believe us. My grandma suggested we were hearing wind through a crack in the barn wall. Uncle Rick thought maybe it was a bird that had gotten inside. Aunt Cheryl wondered if we'd found her husband's whiskey stash in the workshop. They sent us outside to play in the yard where they could see us, and the party just went on. But none of us kids could forget what we'd heard. We huddled together on the back porch steps, whispering about it. "I'm not going back in there," Penny declared. "Me neither," said Sam. But Marcus, trying to regain his tough guy status, said, "I'll go back in. It was probably just the wind or something." "Then why don't you?" Jake challenged. Marcus hesitated. "Not now. Later." But later never came. None of us, not even Marcus, had the courage to go back into that barn that night. As it got dark, the adults called us inside for cake and ice cream, and we all slept in the house, the cousins sprawled out in sleeping bags in the living room. I barely slept, keeping the blanket pulled up to my eyes, jumping at every creak and groan of the old farmhouse. The next day, most of the relatives packed up and left. We were staying one more night because my mom wanted to help clean up after the party. During the day, with bright sunshine streaming through the windows and adults bustling around, the whole whistling picture thing seemed less scary. I almost convinced myself that maybe we had imagined it or exaggerated it somehow. Almost. The day after the party, just before we were supposed to leave, my stepdad needed to get something from his truck, which was parked near the barn. I went with him because I didn't want to help pack. "Hey," I said as we walked past the barn, trying to sound casual, "can we check something in there real quick?" He looked at me curiously. "This about your whistling picture?" I nodded. He sighed but smiled. "All right, let's put this ghost to rest." My heart was pounding as he pulled open the barn door. The interior looked completely ordinary in the daylight streaming through the high windows. The table where we'd been sitting was still there, chairs scattered around it from our hasty exit. And on the wall hung the picture of Jesus, looking peaceful and normal. My stepdad walked right up to it, even tapped on the glass. "See? Just a regular old picture." I stayed near the door, not wanting to get too close. It was whistling. I swear it was. He didn't argue with me, which I appreciated. Instead, he just nodded. Sometimes our minds play tricks on us when we're scared or worked up, especially in the dark. I wasn't convinced, but I didn't know how to argue with him. Then something caught my eye that made my skin crawl. As my stepdad moved away from the picture and walked toward the other side of the barn, I noticed something about the eyes in the painting. They were following him. I don't mean the whole picture was moving. It wasn't. The frame stayed fixed on the wall. The painted face remained exactly the same, but somehow, impossibly, the eyes in the painting seemed to track my stepdad as he walked. Then, as if sensing my stare, they shifted to me. I backed up until I hit the barn door. "Ready to go, buddy?" my stepdad asked, oblivious to what I was seeing. "Yeah," I managed to say. "I'm ready." I never told anyone about the eyes. It seemed even more impossible to explain than the whistling. We drove home that afternoon, and I tried to put the whole thing out of my mind, but I couldn't. Over the years, I've thought about it countless times. I've researched similar phenomena, looked into religious miracles, paranormal events, even acoustic anomalies that might explain what we heard. Nothing fits perfectly. I still talk to my cousins occasionally, and though we don't bring it up much anymore, when we do, they all remember it the same way I do. The picture whistled. It wasn't wind or birds or our imagination. To this day, I don't know what happened in that barn. Was it some kind of miracle, a ghost, something else entirely? I don't know if I'll ever have an answer, but I know what I heard. And sometimes late at night when I'm alone, I swear I can still hear that simple two-note whistle echoing in my memory. Wee-hoo! Story 6. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night 12 years ago. I was 12 years old at the time, and my friend Ali was 14, along with her boyfriend Evan. We lived in a tiny, forgettable town in Ohio where nothing exciting ever happened. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business, and the most thrilling event is when the local diner changes their pie of the month. It was the dead of winter, one of those brutal Ohio winters where the air hurts your face and your snot freezes inside your nose. The temperature had dropped to something like -15 degrees that night. Even now, whenever it gets that cold, I feel a knot form in my stomach. Our town had this youth center connected to the local church where they'd hold events for kids on Friday nights. Usually just board games, movies, snacks, nothing special, but it beat sitting at home. My parents were always working late shifts, so these gatherings were pretty much my only social outlet besides school. That particular Friday, Ali had texted me saying she and Evan were planning to go to the youth event and asked if I wanted to join. My parents were both working night shifts again, so I jumped at the chance to get out of the empty house. Looking back, I wish I'd just stayed home and watched TV or something. We agreed to meet at the corner of my street around 7 in the evening. It was already pitch black outside, the way it gets in winter when the sun sets before dinner. I bundled up in my thickest coat, 2 pairs of socks, gloves, and this ugly knitted hat my grandma had made me. I remember thinking I looked ridiculous, but I wasn't about to freeze to death for the sake of looking cool. When I got to the corner, Ali and Evan were already waiting. Evan had his arm around Ali, and they were sharing a pair of earbuds, listening to music on his iPod. They were that kind of couple, always touching, always in their own little world. It used to make me feel like a third wheel sometimes, but they were never mean about it. "Ready to freeze our butts off?" Ali asked, pulling out her earbud. Her breath came out in thick white clouds. "This better be worth it," I grumbled, shoving my hands deeper into my pockets. The cold was already seeping through my gloves. The youth center was about a 20-minute walk from my house. In summer, it would have been nothing, but in that kind of cold, it felt like an Arctic expedition. We trudged through the snow, our boots crunching with each step. The streets were deserted. Everyone with sense was inside their warm homes. We talked about normal stuff on the way, school drama, This math test I'd barely passed, the new girl Evan, no thought was cute, which made Ali elbow him in the ribs. Just regular kid stuff, normal stuff. That's what makes what happened next so much harder to process, even now. When we finally reached the youth center, something seemed off. The parking lot was completely empty, and the main building was dark, except for a single light in the hallway visible through the glass doors. Usually, there'd be at least a few cars belonging to the adult volunteers who ran the events. "Are we late?" I asked, checking my flip phone. It was 7:25. The event was supposed to start at 7. "Maybe they cancelled because of the cold," Evan suggested, stamping his feet to keep warm. Ali pulled out her phone. Nobody sent any texts about it being cancelled. We stood there for a moment, unsure what to do. The thought of walking all the way back home in the cold was unbearable. "Let's at least try the door," Ali said. "Maybe they're setting up in another room or something." We approached the main entrance, a set of double glass doors that led into the hallway where that single light was on. The youth center was basically just a large one-story building with a main hallway and rooms branching off it. Nothing fancy. Ali reached the doors first and peered through the glass. I was a few steps behind with Evan. I'll never forget how her expression changed. It wasn't gradual. 1 second she was normal, the next her jaw just dropped and her face went completely pale. She didn't scream or gasp or anything dramatic like that. She just froze. "What?" Evan asked, rushing up beside her. His reaction was similar. He just stopped moving like someone had hit his pause button. I was still a few feet away, annoyed they weren't telling me what they were seeing. "Guys, what is it?" I called out, my voice seeming too loud in the quiet night. Neither of them answered. Neither of them moved. They just kept staring through the glass. Something in their stillness made my heart start racing. Before I even saw anything, I remember my legs feeling suddenly heavy as I forced myself to walk those last few steps. I pushed in between them to look through the door. The hallway inside was long and mostly dark, except for that one light about halfway down, and under that light was something. Even now I struggle to describe it accurately. My first impression was that someone was crouching in the hallway, someone tall with unnaturally long limbs. As the three of us stood there, frozen in horrified fascination, the figure slowly straightened up, and up, and up. It just kept rising until its head nearly touched the ceiling, which had to be at least 8 feet high. Its proportions were all wrong. Its arms hung down almost to the floor, even while standing. It was wearing what looked like a dark suit, but the fabric seemed to move strangely, like it wasn't quite solid. The worst part was its face, or rather, the absence of one. Where features should have been was just smooth, pale skin, unnaturally pale, like paper or bone. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a blank oval. As we watched, it started moving its arms, not naturally, but in jerky, frantic motions, like it was trying to communicate something urgent or was having some kind of fit. It never made a sound. I don't know how long we stood there watching it. Time seemed to stop making sense. My brain kept trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was some weird art installation. Maybe I was hallucinating from the cold. But deep down, I knew it wasn't any of those things. Eventually, Evan broke the spell by grabbing both our arms. "We need to go," he whispered, his voice tight with fear. But Ali, despite being visibly terrified, had always been the curious one. "Let's walk around the building first," she suggested, her voice barely audible. "See if anyone else is here." I wanted to refuse. Every instinct was screaming at me to run home, but I was also terrified of walking back alone. So I followed them as we crept around the side of the building, staying well away from the windows. The cold didn't bother me anymore. I felt hot all over, like my fear was generating its own heat. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. As we reached the back of the building, I heard it, a faint tapping sound coming from inside. Tap, tap, tap. like bony fingers against glass. Tap, 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 rhythmic and deliberate. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. They both nodded, their eyes wide in the darkness. The tapping got louder as we moved along the back wall. There was a window there that looked into one of the classrooms where they usually held Bible study. The tapping was coming from that window. None of us wanted to look, but somehow we all ended up peeking through that window together. The classroom was dark, but the light from the hallway cast just enough illumination to see inside. The room was empty, no furniture, no people, nothing, just bare walls and floor. But on the far wall something was moving. A shadow, much too tall and thin to be human, swaying back and forth. As we watched, it raised one impossibly long arm and tapped its fingers against the wall. Tap, tap, tap. Then it turned towards the window, towards us. I couldn't see a face in the darkness, but I felt it looking at us. I felt it recognize us. That's when we finally ran. We sprinted away from that building as fast as our legs could carry us, not caring about the ice or the cold or anything except putting distance between us and whatever was in that youth center. We didn't talk about what we'd seen until we were almost back to my street corner. We were all breathing hard, our lungs burning from the cold air. "What? What was that?" I finally gasped out. Evan just shook his head, looking shell-shocked. Ali was the one who said it out loud. "It looked like those Slender Man stories online," she said, her voice shaking. "But those aren't real. They can't be real." I'd heard of Slender Man vaguely, some internet horror story, but I'd never been into that stuff. What we saw didn't feel like a story or a meme. It felt ancient and wrong and terrifyingly real. When we reached my corner, none of us wanted to be alone. Ali called her mom to pick them up, and they waited with me until my house was in sight. We made this stupid pact not to tell anyone, convinced they'd either think we were lying or that we'd gone crazy. I didn't sleep that night. I kept seeing that faceless thing every time I closed my eyes. I kept hearing that tapping sound. Tap, tap, tap. The next day, we found out the youth event had been cancelled due to the weather. A text had apparently gone out, but my phone had been acting up and I never received it. The youth center had been empty and locked all night, according to the church pastor. Years later, when I was in college, I got drunk at a party and called Ali in the middle of the night. We hadn't talked in years. She'd moved away after high school. But I needed to know if she remembered that night the same way I did. Part of me hoped she'd laugh and tell me it was all some elaborate prank they'd played on me, or that we'd all just gotten spooked by shadows and an overactive imagination. But she remembered everything exactly as I did. The figure under the light, the missing face, the tapping in the empty classroom. "I still have nightmares about it," she admitted. "Evan does too. I've researched everything I could about what we might have seen that night. Urban legends, paranormal phenomena, hallucinations caused by extreme cold. Nothing quite fits. The closest thing is the Slender Man myth, but that doesn't explain how 3 kids who barely knew what Slender Man was could have the exact same hallucination. Sometimes I think about going back to that youth center, now that I'm an adult, just to see it in the daylight, to convince myself it's just a normal building, but I can't bring myself to do it. What if it's still there, waiting? What if it remembers me? What if it's been looking for me all these years? Its blank face turned toward my direction, its long fingers tapping, tap, tap, tap. Story 7. I've never told anyone this, not fully. I'm not even sure I should be writing it down now, but I can't keep carrying this alone. I need to put it somewhere. When I was 12, I lived in a small village about 40 minutes outside Barcelona. It was one of those places where everyone knows your business, where secrets don't stay secrets for long, except for what happened inside our house. That stayed hidden pretty well. My father was a monster, not the kind from storybooks, the real kind. The kind that comes home drunk and uses his fists to discipline his family. The kind that makes you flinch whenever someone raises their hand too quickly. My mother just took it. She never defended herself, never defended me. I think she was too broken by then. I was so angry all the time. This constant rage lived inside me, burning everything else away. I started becoming obsessed with death. Not in a normal kid way, like being curious about what happens after. I mean, I would spend hours drawing corpses, blood, skulls, always in black, white, and red. I had notebooks filled with them. That day started like any other. Dad had gone on one of his rages the night before, so my face was sporting a bruise I'd have to explain away at school. Again. I was sitting at my desk, home alone. Mom was working her second job, Dad was out drinking already, and I had my sketchbook open. But something strange happened. Instead of reaching for my black pen, I found myself picking up colors I barely used. Before I knew it, I was drawing a flower. A bright, yellow flower with petals that seemed to glow on the page. It was so weird because I hadn't drawn anything beautiful in months, maybe years. That's when I noticed the light. At first I thought it was just the sun reflecting off something, but it was focused, like a spotlight right in the center of my small bedroom. It wasn't coming from the window, it wasn't coming from anywhere. The light started growing brighter, condensing into this brilliant point that hovered about a meter off the ground. I remember my heart racing, but I wasn't scared exactly. It felt different. Like when you're standing at the edge of a really high place and there's that strange pull. Then I felt it, a presence, not like someone had walked into the room, more like the room itself had suddenly become aware. There weren't any words exactly, but I understood perfectly what it was communicating. Like thoughts being placed directly into my mind. "May I come in?" it asked. Not with words, with meaning. I hesitated. Whatever this was, it was asking permission. That alone was strange to me. Nobody in my life ever asked before they did something. They just did it, and I dealt with the consequences. "Yes," I said out loud, my voice sounding tiny in the silence of the house. The light expanded. That's the only way I can describe it. It grew until it filled the room, but it wasn't blinding. I could still see everything, but now everything was saturated with this golden white light. And then it was inside me too. What happened next is almost impossible to put into words. It was like being submerged in pure love, not the weak conditional love I'd experienced from humans. This was absolute, all-encompassing, infinite love. It crashed over me in waves, filling every crack and empty space inside me. I started crying, but they weren't sad tears. I was overwhelmed by a feeling I didn't even know could exist. "What are you?" I asked. Not with my mouth, but with my mind. The impression I received wasn't definite. It wasn't an angel. It made that clear. It wasn't God either. At least not in the way I understood from the few times I'd been to church. It was ancient, beyond ancient. It conveyed to me that it existed before time itself, before the universe as we know it. I can't remember everything we discussed. Some parts feel like they were deliberately erased from my memory afterward. But I remember it showing me visions of suffering across the world. Children starving, wars raging, people in pain. Not to scare me, but to help me understand that my suffering wasn't unique. That pain was universal. I asked why it had come to me. Why not someone important who could actually change things? The impression I got back was gentle amusement, like I'd said something endearingly naive. It showed me that every single human connection creates ripples that extend outward in ways we can never fully comprehend, that there's no such thing as an unimportant person. I asked about death. It showed me something then that I still can't fully comprehend. Something about the continuity of consciousness that made all my morbid fascination seem childish and limited. Then, as the light began to dim slightly, it left me with two warnings. The first, one day you will try to end your life. When that moment comes, remember this promise. Resist. Your story is not meant to end by your own hand. The second, Do not waste your time searching for me or trying to understand what I am. The universe holds mysteries that human minds are not equipped to grasp. Live your life. That is enough." And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light contracted and vanished. But something else disappeared with it. All the darkness that had been growing inside me. The rage, the obsession with death, the hopelessness. It was like a poison had been drawn out, leaving me clean for the first time in years. I sat there for hours, just breathing. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? I barely believed it myself, except for the profound change I felt inside. Life went on. My father didn't magically become a better person. My mother didn't suddenly find her courage. But I was different. I could see beyond our little house now, beyond my immediate pain. I started drawing more colorful things. I made a few friends. I studied hard so I could get out someday. Years passed. I moved to Barcelona for university when I was 18, cut contact with my father, started therapy, built something resembling a normal life. Then, when I was 23, everything fell apart again. My boyfriend of 3 years cheated on me with my best friend. I lost my job. My mother died suddenly of a heart attack, and all those old feelings came rushing back, but now with adult intensity. One night, I found myself sitting on the edge of my balcony, 6 floors up, legs dangling over the edge. I was so tired, so empty. I just wanted the pain to stop. I leaned forward, feeling the pull of gravity. And that's when I remembered. The promise I'd made to that light when I was 12. Your story is not meant to end by your own hand. The memory hit me with such force that I gasped and scrambled backward off the ledge, falling onto the hard concrete of my balcony floor. I lay there crying until dawn broke over the city. But I was alive. That was 5 years ago. I'd like to say everything's been perfect since then, but that would be a lie. Life is still hard sometimes, but I've never gone back to that edge. The memory of that light, that presence, that love, it changed something fundamental in me. I've done research over the years, trying to find similar experiences. There are some accounts that come close: near-death experiences, spiritual awakenings, mystical encounters. But nothing quite matches what happened to me. Sometimes I wonder if it was real, or if my traumatized 12-year-old brain created something to help me survive. But then I remember how it felt, that impossible infinite love. And I know. Whatever visited me that day wasn't human. It wasn't from here. And it saved my life twice. I still draw that yellow flower sometimes, exactly as I drew it that day. And every time I feel a faint echo of that presence, like a reminder that even in our darkest moments, we're not as alone as we think we are. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe someone else needs to hear it. Maybe I just needed to finally say it out loud. Whatever that light was, it knew things about me and my future that were impossible to know. It reached across some boundary we don't understand, and touched my life when I needed it most. The strangest thing is that I'm not afraid of death anymore, not since that day. But I'm in no hurry to get there either, because that presence showed me that life, with all its mess and pain and beauty, matters in ways we can't possibly comprehend. So I keep going, one day at a time, drawing my flowers, making my ripples, keeping my promise to something older than time itself. Story 8. I've always considered myself a rational person. I don't believe in ghosts, psychics, or any of that supernatural nonsense. At least, that's what I used to tell myself before last December. I still don't know how to explain what happened to us in Edinburgh, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. Some things are better left unexamined. My boyfriend James and I had been planning our Scotland trip for months. We're both history buffs, and Edinburgh in winter seemed perfect. Fewer tourists, authentic atmosphere, and all that. The city was everything we'd hoped for: ancient buildings, cobblestone streets, and a palpable sense of history everywhere you looked. By our third evening, we'd done most of the typical tourist attractions and were looking for something different. "What about one of those ghost tours?" James suggested while we were having dinner at a pub near our hotel. "The underground city one sounds interesting. Mary King's Close, I think it's called." I rolled my eyes. Seriously? Overpriced tourist traps where some actor in period costume jumps out and goes boo? "Come on, Claire," he persisted. "It's actually a real historical site. They've preserved these underground streets from the 1600s. The ghost stories are just a bonus." I reluctantly agreed. It was either that or another night at the pub, and the history part did sound interesting. We booked the last tour of the evening, 8:30 p.m., figuring it would be creepier at night. Little did I know how much I'd regret that decision. The evening was miserable, typical Scottish winter weather with a steady cold drizzle that somehow managed to soak through every layer of clothing. We huddled under our shared umbrella as we made our way down the Royal Mile. The streetlights cast an eerie yellow glow on the wet cobblestones, and the usual crowds had thinned as most tourists had retreated to warm pubs or their hotels. We found the entrance to the real Mary King's Close tucked away in a corner of the Royal Mile. A small group of about 10 people had already gathered in the reception area, which was decorated with plague doctor masks and old maps of Edinburgh. Our tour guide, a bearded man named Malcolm, wearing period-appropriate clothing, greeted us with a somber nod. "Welcome to Mary King's Close," he announced in a thick Scottish accent. "Tonight, you'll be descending beneath the city streets to walk the preserved remains of one of Edinburgh's most notorious streets. What you'll see are the actual homes and businesses of people who lived, worked and died here during some of the darkest periods of our city's history." He gave us the usual safety briefing. Watch your step, stay with the group, no photography. Then he opened a heavy wooden door, revealing a narrow stone staircase descending steeply into darkness. The temperature dropped noticeably as we filed down the stairs. The first thing that hit me was the smell, a musty, damp odor of stone that hadn't seen sunlight in centuries. The passages were claustrophobically narrow, with low ceilings that forced James to duck in several places. Malcolm led us through a series of small rooms, explaining how families of up to 10 people would live in these tiny spaces, with no running water or sanitation. "When the plague hit Edinburgh in 1645, Malcolm explained, his voice echoing off the stone walls, Mary King's Close was one of the hardest hit areas. The city council walled up entire sections with families still inside, leaving them to die rather than risk the infection spreading. I shivered, but told myself it was just the cold. The lighting was minimal, just enough to see where you were walking, and it created deep shadows in every corner. As we moved deeper into the underground complex, I started feeling increasingly uneasy. It wasn't just the grim history or the cramped conditions. Something felt off. "This next room is known as Annie's room," Malcolm announced as we entered a particularly small chamber. "It's one of our most haunted locations." The room was bare, except for a small collection of toys and dolls in one corner, offerings left by previous visitors. Malcolm explained that a psychic had once visited and sensed the presence of a young girl named Annie, who had died of plague in this very room. According to the story, her parents had locked her in and fled, leaving her to die alone. "Many visitors report feeling a cold spot in this corner," Malcolm said, pointing to the pile of toys. "Others have felt tugging on their clothes or heard a child's laughter." While the rest of the group moved on to the next room, I lingered behind for a moment, drawn to that corner. The air did feel noticeably colder there, but that could easily be explained by a draft. Still, I felt a strange compulsion to reach out. "Annie?" I whispered, immediately feeling stupid for doing so. "Are you here?" For a moment nothing happened. Then I heard it, a sharp, distinct knock from the corner of the empty room. My heart nearly stopped. I quickly glanced. around, looking for pipes or anything that could explain the sound. Nothing. "Claire, you coming?" James called from the doorway. I hurried to catch up with the group, not mentioning what I'd heard. I told myself it was just an old building settling, or maybe a tour guide in another part of the complex, but a cold feeling had settled in the pit of my stomach. As we continued through the narrow passages, I became aware of something strange. My scarf kept shifting and tugging, as if someone was playing with the end of it. At first, I thought it was just catching on something, but when I turned to look, the end of my scarf was suspended slightly in the air, as if being held by invisible fingers. It dropped immediately when I looked at it. I moved closer to James, gripping his arm tightly. "You okay?" he whispered. "My scarf keeps moving," I whispered back, feeling ridiculous even as I said it. He smiled. "Probably just air currents down here. It's an old ventilation system." That made sense, and I nodded, but the tugging continued throughout the tour. Sometimes gentle, sometimes more insistent, like a child trying to get attention. I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on Malcolm's stories about the residents who had once lived in these cramped quarters. About an hour into the tour, we reached what Malcolm described as a recently excavated section. "This staircase was sealed up for centuries," he explained, gesturing to a narrow stone stairway leading up into darkness. "It was only uncovered during renovations in 2008. Some of our staff believe that the construction disturbed something best left alone. Several guides have refused to bring tours to this section after reporting unusual experiences." As the group moved on, James tugged my arm. "Let's check it out," he whispered, nodding toward the forbidden staircase. "Are you insane?" I hissed. "We'll get kicked out." "The group's moving on. We'll just go up a little way and catch up before anyone notices." I should have said no. Every instinct was screaming at me to stay with the group, but I didn't want James to think I was buying into the ghost stories. So I followed him to the foot of the stairs, my heart pounding as we began to climb. The staircase was steep and narrow, the stones worn smooth from centuries of use. Our footsteps echoed loudly, and I was sure Malcolm would hear us and come back to scold us. We reached a small landing where the stairs turned sharply to the right. That's when I saw her. Standing at the top of the next flight was a woman, not a tour guide, not another tourist, something else entirely. She wore a tattered dress that might once have been fine, but now hung in dirty rags from her gaunt frame. Her hair was matted, and her skin had a greyish pallor that caught the dim light in all the wrong ways. But it was her eyes that froze my blood. Hollow, sunken pits that somehow still managed to fix directly on me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even scream. The woman's mouth opened in what looked like a silent scream, revealing blackened gums and missing teeth. Then she raised one skeletal hand and pointed directly at me, then down the staircase behind us. The air around us suddenly filled with whispers. Dozens of overlapping voices too quiet to make out individual words, but with a desperate, pleading quality that made my skin crawl. And the smell, dear God, the smell, like rotting meat and sickness and unwashed bodies. James must have seen my face because he turned to look up the stairs. The moment he did, something yanked him backward with incredible force. He tumbled down several steps before catching himself on the railing. "What the fuck?" he shouted, his voice echoing in the narrow space. I looked back up the stairs, but the woman was gone, or at least she wasn't standing there anymore. Instead, I caught a glimpse of movement, like she was floating toward us, her feet never touching the ground, her hollow eyes locked on mine. James grabbed my arm, pulling me back down the stairs. I could see angry red welts appearing on his forearms, 4 parallel lines like claw marks, with beads of blood forming along them. We stumbled back down the stairs, nearly falling in our haste. The whispers followed us, growing louder and more insistent. I risked one glance back and saw her at the landing, her head tilted at an impossible angle as she watched us flee. We burst back into the main passage, breathless and terrified, just as Malcolm was leading the group around a corner. He gave us a suspicious look, but didn't comment on our unauthorized exploration. I was shaking so badly I could barely walk, and James kept looking at the scratches on his arms with disbelief. Neither of us said a word for the remainder of the tour. I just wanted to get out of there, back into the open air and away from whatever we had encountered on those stairs. The tugging on my scarf had stopped, but I could still feel a pressure around my neck, as if something was clinging to me. When the tour finally ended and we emerged onto the Royal Mile, the cold rain felt like a blessing on my flushed face. We practically ran back to our hotel, not speaking until we were safely locked in our room. "Did you see her?" I finally asked, my voice barely above a whisper. James nodded, his face pale. I thought I was imagining it until this happened. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal the scratches, now clearly visible as 4 distinct lines on each arm. "Something pushed me," he said. "Hard. I didn't trip. It felt like hands shoving me backward." I went to the bathroom to splash cold water on my face, trying to calm down. That's when I noticed it in the mirror, a ring of bruises forming around my neck. Faint but unmistakable, in the perfect pattern of small fingers, as if a child had grabbed me from behind. We checked out of the hotel the next morning and took the first train out of Edinburgh. We've never spoken about that night to anyone else. Who would believe us? Sometimes I still feel a tugging on my scarf when I'm alone, or catch a whiff of that musty, ancient smell for just a moment before it disappears. I don't know what we encountered in Mary King's Close. I don't want to know. But sometimes in my nightmares, I still see that woman at the top of the stairs, her hollow eyes fixed on mine, her skeletal finger pointing as if in warning, or perhaps in accusation. Story 9. The Due. I still get goosebumps when I think about what happened that night in our Maplewood house. This was back in early 2015, when I was 14 and my sister Emma was 16. We'd been living in that house for about a year, and there was always something off about it. Not in an obvious way. It wasn't some creepy Victorian with creaking floorboards or anything. It was just a normal suburban 2-story home built in the 90s, but we'd all experienced weird things. Footsteps when nobody was there, the feeling of being watched, items moving slightly from where we'd left them. My parents brushed it off as an old house settling or us kids playing pranks on each other. My older brother Nate, who was 18 at the time, would roll his eyes whenever Emma or I mentioned anything strange. He was always the skeptical type, but Emma and I knew something wasn't right. We'd whisper about it sometimes, comparing notes on the weird stuff we'd noticed, but never really had concrete proof of anything supernatural. Until that night in February. It was a Friday evening, and we were heading out for a family dinner at this Italian place my dad loved. It was freezing outside, one of those bitter cold winter nights where your breath hangs in the air. My parents and Nate were already in the car with the heat blasting, waiting for Emma and me. I'd been ready to go for 15 minutes, but Emma was still getting ready upstairs. Typical. Mum had sent me back inside to hurry her up. I remember being annoyed because I was already in my coat and boots, and now I had to go back into the house, stomp up the stairs, and drag my sister away from whatever makeup thing she was doing. I walked in through the side door that led directly into our kitchen. The house was mostly dark, with just the stove light on in the kitchen and the hallway light upstairs. Everyone else had already turned off the lights on their way out. I didn't bother taking my boots off, since I was just going to yell up the stairs and leave again. Our staircase was at the center of the house, with a straight-shot view up to the second-floor landing. From the bottom of the stairs, you could see the hallway that ran the length of the upstairs, with all our bedroom doors and the bathroom. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, one hand on the banister, and called up, "Emma, come on! Everyone's waiting in the car!" What happened next still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. The instant, and I mean the very instant, after I finished yelling, I saw movement at the far end of the upstairs hallway. Our parents' master bedroom door was open, and something emerged from it. A dark figure about my height darted out of their room. At first, my brain tried to process it as Emma coming out of their room for some reason. But this wasn't Emma. This wasn't anyone I recognized. It was just dark, like a shadow, but three-dimensional. It had the general shape of a kid around my age, but no distinguishable features I could make out. No face, no clothes, just a dark silhouette. The figure turned the corner and ran down the hallway toward the other bedrooms. I heard its footsteps, quick, light steps like a child running. It moved so fast, darting along the wall opposite the bathroom, and then disappeared into either my bedroom or Nate's. I couldn't tell which, because of the angle from where I was standing. I froze. My mouth went completely dry. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I just stood there at the bottom of the stairs, my hand gripping the banister so hard my knuckles turned white. Then the bathroom door opened, and Emma appeared at the top of the stairs. She leaned over the railing, her face pale, eyes wide with fear. Her hair was still half straightened, like she'd stopped in the middle of doing it. "Did you just run across the hall?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. That's when true fear hit me. If Emma was in the bathroom and I was downstairs, then what the hell had just run down the hallway? "No," I managed to say, my voice cracking. "I've been down here the whole time." We stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. I could see the realization dawn on her face, the same realization that was hitting me. We had both witnessed something impossible. "I heard footsteps," she said, still whispering. "I thought it was you messing around. I opened the door to tell you to stop, but I saw it," I said. "It came out of Mum and Dad's room and ran down the hall." Emma's face went even paler. Without another word, she rushed down the stairs, nearly tripping in her hurry. She didn't even have her coat on, just a sweater. I didn't need to tell her twice. We both bolted for the door. The car was idling in the driveway, headlights cutting through the darkness. We practically threw ourselves into the back seat, slamming the door behind us. "Jesus, what took you so long?" Dad asked, turning around in the driver's seat. "And where's your coat, Emma?" Mom added. Emma and I exchanged looks. I could tell we were thinking the same thing. There was no way our parents would believe us. They'd say we were making it up, or that we'd seen Nate's shadow, or that it was just our imagination. "I forgot it," Emma mumbled. "It's fine. I'm not that cold." Mom sighed and turned back around, clearly deciding it wasn't worth arguing about. Nate was absorbed in his phone, completely oblivious to what had just happened. As Dad backed out of the driveway, I couldn't help but look back at our house. All the windows were dark, except for the upstairs hallway light we'd left on. I swear I saw movement behind one of the upstairs windows, my bedroom window, but it was so quick I might have imagined it. The whole ride to the restaurant, Emma and I sat in silence. I could feel her trembling next to me, even though the car was warm. I was shaking too, but trying not to show it. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dark figure darting down our hallway. Dinner was a blur. I remember staring at my plate, moving food around but barely eating. Emma was the same. Our parents noticed something was off, but chalked it up to typical teenage moodiness. Nate was too busy texting his friends to pay attention to us. The worst part was going back home after dinner. Emma and I lingered in the car as long as possible. When we finally had to go inside, we stuck together like glue. I don't think either of us wanted to be alone in that house ever again. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept staring at my bedroom door, wondering if whatever I'd seen had come into my room. Every creak, every sound from the heating system coming on made me jump. I ended up turning on all my lights and staying awake until sunrise. The weirdest thing is that Emma and I never really talked about it afterward. Not in detail, anyway. It's like we both silently agreed that discussing it would make it more real. The next morning, I remember catching her eye at breakfast, and she just gave me this look that said, "I know what we saw, but I don't want to talk about it." For the next several days, I slept with my desk chair propped under my doorknob. I'd check under my bed and in my closet every night before going to sleep. I started showering at lightning speed because I was terrified of being alone in the bathroom. Emma started doing the same. I could tell by how quickly she'd be in and out. The thing is, nothing like that ever happened again, at least nothing that obvious. There were still the usual weird noises, the feeling of being watched, objects not being where we left them. But we never saw that figure again. We lived in that house for another year and a half before moving in the summer of 2016 when Dad got transferred for work. I was secretly relieved when we moved, though I never admitted it to anyone. Emma seemed relieved too. I'm 22 now, and I still think about that night. I've looked into explanations, shadows from passing cars, tricks of light, even carbon monoxide causing hallucinations, though we had detectors that never went off. But none of those explanations make sense. The fact that both Emma and I saw and heard it independently from different positions in the house makes it impossible to dismiss. I don't necessarily believe our house was haunted by something evil. Whatever that dark figure was, it seemed more like it was just there, existing in the same space as us. Maybe it had been there long before we moved in and would remain long after we left. I've never experienced anything paranormal since then, but that one incident was enough to make me a believer. When people share ghost stories or paranormal experiences, I don't laugh or roll my eyes like my brother would. I just listen, because I know that sometimes there are things that happen that simply can't be explained. To this day, Emma and I have never fully discussed what we saw. The few times I've tried to bring it up, she changes the subject. I think that night scared her even more than it scared me. She was closer to whatever it was, just across the hall from it. All I know for certain is that for a few brief seconds on a cold February night, something impossible happened in our ordinary suburban home. And no matter how much time passes, I'll never forget the sound of those footsteps running down our hallway, or the way that dark figure moved. Not quite like a normal person would move, more fluid, more wrong. Sometimes I wonder about the family that moved in after us. I wonder if they've seen it too. Story 10. I still get chills thinking about our apartment in Somerville. It's been over 20 years, but some nights I wake up in a cold sweat thinking I'm back there. Rebecca and I had just gotten married in January of 2000. We were so excited to start our lives together, and that two-bedroom apartment on Creekside Lane seemed perfect. Affordable rent, close to both our jobs, and the landlord even allowed pets. We moved in during March. It was nothing special, just a standard apartment with beige walls and worn carpet, but it was ours. The living room connected to a small kitchen, with a hallway leading to 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. We used the master bedroom for ourselves and decided the second bedroom would be for the cats we planned to adopt. About a month after moving in, we went to the local shelter and fell in love with 2 cats, a ginger male we named Rusty and a calico female we named Penny. They were about a year old, and the shelter workers told us they were found together as strays. They weren't siblings, but they were bonded, so we took them both. We set up the spare bedroom with their beds, toys, litter boxes and food. Every night we'd close them in there so they wouldn't wake us up at the crack of dawn demanding breakfast. The first night with them was when things started getting weird. Around midnight, I woke up to a strange sound coming from the cat room. It was like someone tapping a spoon against a metal pipe. Just this rhythmic, metallic tapping. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. I figured the cats were just playing with something, so I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep. The next morning I checked the room, but there was nothing metal they could have been playing with. No pipes were exposed. No metal toys. I didn't think much of it until the next night when the same sound started again. Rebecca heard it too this time. "What is that?" she whispered, nudging me awake. "I heard it last night too. It's coming from the cat room." We got up to investigate, but as soon as we opened our bedroom door, the tapping stopped. The cats were just sleeping peacefully on their beds. We checked the room thoroughly, but found nothing that could explain the sound. This continued for weeks. Every single night, always after dark, never during the day. We tried leaving the cat room door open one night, thinking maybe the cats were feeling trapped, but the tapping still happened, and it was definitely coming from that empty room. We even tried moving the cats into our room for a night, but the tapping continued in the empty room. Then other things started happening. About 2 months after moving in, we were in bed when we heard what sounded like every dish in our kitchen crashing to the floor. It was so loud and sudden that we both sat bolt upright. Rebecca grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. "Someone's in the apartment," she whispered. I was terrified but knew I had to check. I grabbed a baseball bat from beside the bed and slowly made my way to the kitchen with Rebecca right behind me. When we turned on the light, everything was exactly as we'd left it. Not a single dish was out of place. The front door was still locked with the chain on. The next morning I convinced myself we'd both dreamed it, or that it was some kind of shared auditory hallucination. But deep down, I knew better. Things escalated from there. We'd feel cold spots in the apartment. Even during the scorching South Carolina summer, the bathroom door would shut by itself when no windows were open. But the worst was what started happening in our bedroom. One night in July, I was lying in bed, almost asleep, when I felt this pressure, like the air had suddenly become thick and heavy. When I closed my eyes, I saw it. A solid dark figure, maybe 4 feet tall, standing at the foot of our bed. It wasn't just a shadow, it had substance. It was pitch black, darker than the darkness around it, and roughly humanoid, but without distinct features. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, paralyzed with fear, hoping it would go away. When I finally worked up the courage to open my eyes, there was nothing there. But that feeling of oppression remained. I never told Rebecca about it. I was afraid she'd think I was losing my mind. I didn't know then that she was seeing the exact same thing. The incident with the cats happened in August. We were watching TV in the living room on a Friday night. It was around 10 o'clock, and we were halfway through some comedy show, but I can't remember which one. What happened next made me forget everything else about that evening. Both cats were lounging near the window when suddenly they both froze. And I don't mean they paused like cats sometimes do. I mean they went completely rigid, like statues. Their eyes were fixed on the same spot on the floor about 3 feet in front of the window. Their tails weren't moving. Their whiskers weren't twitching. Nothing. "Rusty," I called, but he didn't react. I nudged him with my foot, but it was like pushing against a wooden carving of a cat. He wouldn't budge. Rebecca picked up Penny, and the cat remained stiff in her arms, still staring at that same empty spot. "What the hell?" Rebecca whispered, her voice shaking. There was nothing there, just our beige carpet, but the cats were absolutely fixated on it. I felt that same heavy pressure in the air that I'd experienced in the bedroom. Without thinking, I stood up and kicked my foot through the spot they were staring at. The moment I did, both cats suddenly relaxed. Penny jumped out of Rebecca's arms, and they both wandered off as if nothing had happened. Rebecca and I looked at each other, too scared to even discuss what we'd just witnessed. After that night, I started finding excuses to sleep on the couch. I'd pretend I fell asleep watching TV or claim my back was hurting. The truth was, I couldn't stand being in that bedroom anymore. Every night, I'd feel that presence, see that figure when I closed my eyes. Sometimes I'd wake up feeling like something was sitting on my chest, making it hard to breathe. What I didn't know was that Rebecca was experiencing the same thing. She never told me either. Instead, on the nights I didn't sleep on the couch, she would. We were both terrified but too afraid to admit it to each other. The cat's behavior changed too. Rusty became extremely protective. If either of us got up at night to use the bathroom, he would follow us down the dark hallway, staying right at our heels. He never did this during the day, only at night. Penny started hiding more, spending hours under the couch or in the back of the closet. One night in October, I woke up on the couch to see Rusty sitting in the hallway entrance, his back arched, fur standing on end. He was growling low in his throat, staring into the darkness. I called his name, but he wouldn't move. I was too scared to get up and check what he was looking at. Eventually I fell back asleep, and in the morning he was curled up beside me as if nothing had happened. The tapping in the cat room continued every night. Sometimes it would stop for a few days, giving us hope that whatever it was had gone away, but it always came back. We tried sage, crosses, even called a local priest who blessed the apartment. Nothing helped. By December, we were desperate to move out, but we were locked into a year-long lease. We started spending as much time away from the apartment as possible. We'd go to friends' houses, stay late at work, or just drive around aimlessly. Anything was better than being in that apartment after dark. The final straw came on a night in January, almost a year after we'd moved in. I was alone in the apartment. Rebecca was working late. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when every cabinet door and drawer flew open simultaneously. Not just open, they slammed open with such force that some of the hinges broke. I didn't even grab my coat. I just ran out to my car and sat there shaking until Rebecca came home. We broke our lease the next week, paid the penalty and didn't care. We found a new place across town and moved out in February, exactly 11 months after moving in. The strange thing is, the moment we left that apartment, everything stopped. Rusty no longer followed us down hallways at night. Penny came out of hiding. The oppressive feeling vanished. We were free. It wasn't until 7 years later, while watching a documentary about Native American legends, that Rebecca and I finally talked about what we'd experienced. The program mentioned an evil spirit known in local indigenous lore, a dark, malevolent entity that attached itself to places rather than people. When they showed an artist's rendering of what people claimed to have seen, Rebecca gasped. It was identical to the figure we'd both seen at the foot of our bed, the figure neither of us had ever described to the other. "You saw it too," she whispered, turning to me with tears in her eyes. That's when we finally shared everything. The figure, the pressure, the reason we'd both found excuses to sleep on the couch. It was the exact same experience. I've tried researching the history of that apartment complex, but I've never found anything conclusive. Was it built on Native American land? Was there a tragedy there? I don't know. What I do know is that something was in that apartment with us, something that wanted us gone. And to this day, whenever I hear a metallic tapping sound, my blood runs cold, and for a split second, I'm back in that apartment on Creekside Lane, lying in the dark, wondering what's waiting at the foot of my bed. Story 11. I still can't sleep with my curtains open. It's been over 2 years since it happened, but every time I see movement outside my window, my heart stops. I know most of you won't believe me, but I need to tell someone who might understand what I experienced. I was staying at my grandparents' ancestral home in Puerto Rico 2 summers ago. It's this old colonial-style house that's been in our family for generations. White stucco walls, red tile roof, those heavy wooden doors that creak when you open them. The house has this central courtyard with plants everywhere and a small fountain. My grandparents were always super proud of it, but the place always gave me weird vibes, especially at night. My sister and I were sharing a room during our stay. It was a Friday night in July, hot as hell even with the ceiling fan going full blast. My sister had gone to bed early because she wasn't feeling well, but I was wide awake. I decided to watch a movie on my laptop to pass the time. Around 11:30 at night, I was completely absorbed in the movie. Some stupid horror film that I thought would be fun to watch alone in the dark. Big mistake. My sister was fast asleep in the bed across from mine. The only light in the room came from my laptop screen, casting this weird blue glow on everything. That's when it happened. In my peripheral vision, I caught a glimpse of something white moving outside our window. At first, I thought it was just the curtains moving from the breeze, but there was no breeze that night. The air was completely still. I paused the movie and looked directly at the window. I swear my blood turned to ice. There, just outside the glass, was a figure dressed in white. Not just any figure, a nun. A nun in a pure white habit with a bright red cross on her chest. But the most terrifying part, she had no face. Where her face should have been was just blank, smooth, like someone had erased all her features. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stared at her, and even though she had no eyes, I knew she was staring back at me. The rational part of my brain tried to make sense of it. Our house has a gate at the entrance, and my uncle was sitting in the living room right by that gate. There's no way anyone could have entered without him noticing. Plus, from the gate to our window is about 25 meters of open yard. I would have seen someone walking across. The nun stood perfectly still for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then, as I reached down to pause my movie, even though I already had, she simply turned to her left and walked away. She just disappeared. That's when I realized something that made my skin crawl. In the direction she walked, there's another gate, but it's always locked and leads to a dead end with a 10-foot wall. There was nowhere for her to go. She literally vanished. I sat frozen for at least 10 minutes, afraid to move. I wanted to wake my sister, but I was terrified that if I made any noise, the nun would come back. Finally, I shut my laptop, pulled my blanket over my head, and somehow eventually fell asleep from pure exhaustion. The next morning, I was a wreck. I hadn't slept more than maybe 2 hours, and I kept seeing the faceless nun in my mind. I tried telling my sister what happened, but she just laughed and said I'd fallen asleep during the movie and had a nightmare. My parents said the same thing, just my imagination getting the best of me after watching a scary movie. But I know what I saw. The nun was real. For weeks after, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her blank face. I started keeping all the lights on in my room at night and made sure my curtains were always closed tight. I would wake up in cold sweats, certain there was someone standing at the foot of my bed. About 3 months after the incident, something even weirder happened. I was sitting in my room back home, doodling in my sketchbook while listening to music. When I looked down at what I'd drawn, my heart nearly stopped. Without even realizing it, I had sketched a faceless nun wearing crucifixes with this strange crown or headdress. Her arms were spread out to the sides like she was floating. It was exactly like what I'd seen that night, except I'd added these bizarre details I didn't even remember noticing. I tore the page out and crumpled it up, throwing it in my trash can. But a few days later, I found myself drawing her again, this time with charcoal, making the contrast between her white habit and the empty void of her face even more striking. Something compelled me to hang this drawing on my closet door. I don't know why I did it. Maybe some part of me thought that by capturing her image, I could contain her somehow. The drawing stayed there for about a week before my mum came into my room to drop off laundry and saw it. The look on her face was pure horror. "Isabella, what is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I broke down and told her everything, about the nun, about how I couldn't sleep, about how I kept drawing her without meaning to. I expected her to dismiss it like everyone else had, but instead she sat down on my bed and took my hand. "Your grandmother had the same gift," she said quietly. "She could see things others couldn't. Spirits, entities. That's why she used to hold those seances in the house when I was growing up. I remembered the stories about my grandmother's spiritist sessions. how people from all over town would come to communicate with their dead relatives. I'd always thought they were just silly superstitions. You might be sensitive like her, my mum continued. These things sometimes run in families. That night, I had the most horrifying nightmare yet. I was standing at the bottom of a long, dark staircase. At the top stood 4 nuns, all identical to my drawing, faceless, with those same strange crowns, their arms outstretched. They were swinging back and forth in perfect unison, like pendulums, getting faster and faster. I tried to run, but my feet were stuck to the floor. As they swung, they descended 1 step at a time, getting closer and closer to me. I woke up screaming just as they reached the bottom step. The next morning, my mother insisted we burn the drawing. We went out to the backyard, and I watched as the flames consumed the paper, the nun's blank face disappearing into ash. For a moment, I felt relief, but it didn't last. A few weeks later, I started seeing glimpses of something else, a young boy dressed in white, passing by doorways or at the end of hallways. Just quick flashes in my peripheral vision. Nothing as clear or terrifying as the nun, but enough to make me question my sanity. Was I developing the same gift my grandmother had? Was I going crazy? I still don't know. Last month, I was helping my mum clean out some of my grandmother's old things from the attic. In a dusty box of photographs, I found something that made my blood run cold. A black and white picture of my grandmother standing with a group of nuns. Most of the nuns were wearing traditional black habits, but one stood slightly apart from the group, wearing white with a red cross on her chest. The photo was faded and damaged exactly where her face would have been. I didn't show it to my mum. I just quietly put it back in the box and haven't mentioned it to anyone until now. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if the nun is trying to tell me something, if there's some message she wants to convey. Other times, I think maybe my grandmother somehow opened a door during one of her seances, and now whatever came through has latched onto me. All I know for sure is that I saw her. She was real. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my room and the house is quiet, I swear I can feel her watching me from behind the curtains. I'm writing this now because last night I woke up at exactly 3:33 in the morning to find my sketchbook open on my desk. On the page was a drawing of the nun, more detailed than any I'd done before, but I have no memory of drawing it. None at all. Story 12. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but what happened last month has made me question everything I thought I knew about life after death. I'm still trying to make sense of it, and honestly, I'm not sure I ever will. I live in Willowbrook, this small coastal town where everyone knows everyone. It's the kind of place where nothing ever happens, which makes what I experienced even more unsettling. I've been sharing a house with my mom since I finished college, trying to save up for my own place while working at the local library. My brother Sam also lives with us, but he works night shifts at the hospital as an orderly. That night started like any other. I went to bed around 11 after binge-watching some true crime documentary. My bedroom is pretty simple, just a bed, dresser, nightstand, and this old wooden coffee table that used to belong to my grandmother. I've had it since I moved back home, using it to stack books and my laptop. It's nothing special really, just a small table with slightly curved legs, maybe 2 feet tall and 3 feet wide. Heavy enough that you can't move it with a nudge, but not so heavy that you'd struggle to lift it. I fell asleep quickly that night. The house was quiet except for the usual creaks and the distant sound of waves from the shore about a mile away. What happened next is something I'll never forget. I was jolted awake by a harsh scraping noise, the unmistakable sound of wood dragging across hardwood floor. It was my coffee table moving across my bedroom floor. Not shifting slightly, but actually moving as if someone was dragging it. The digital clock on my nightstand read 4:03 in the morning. The room was dark except for the faint blue glow from my phone charger. I couldn't see clearly, but I could hear and feel the table moving. It was like that moment in a horror movie where you know something's wrong, but your brain hasn't caught up yet. My first thought was that it might be an earthquake, but there was no shaking, no rumbling, just the table moving. The sound was so loud in the quiet of the night, this awful dragging noise that seemed to echo through my whole body. Without thinking, I reached out my hand in the darkness toward where I knew the table was. My fingers touched the cool wood, and I immediately felt how it was still in motion. That's when I freaked out. I totally lost it. "Stop!" I screamed, yanking my hand back like I'd touched a hot stove. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My mouth went completely dry. I fumbled for the lamp switch beside my bed, my hands shaking so badly I almost knocked it over. When the light finally came on, the table was about 3 feet from where it had been when I went to bed. It was now sitting in the middle of my room, as if someone had been in the process of moving it somewhere else. I sat frozen in my bed, scanning the room for any sign of an intruder. Nothing. The window was still locked from the inside. My bedroom door was closed, just as I'd left it. I was completely alone, yet somehow my coffee table had moved halfway across my bedroom floor. I wanted to call out for my mom, but I was afraid to make a sound. What if whatever moved the table was still in the room with me somehow? What if calling out would make things worse? These thoughts might sound ridiculous in the light of day, but at 4 in the morning, with your furniture moving by itself, they seem perfectly reasonable. I gathered my courage and got out of bed, checking under it first. Childhood habits die hard, then looking inside my closet. I even checked behind the door and the curtains. Nothing. I was definitely alone in the room. I grabbed my phone and debated, calling my brother at work, but what would I even say? "Hey Sam, my coffee table just went for a stroll across my bedroom. Can you come home?" He'd think I was crazy or dreaming. I couldn't go back to sleep after that. I turned on every light in my room and sat in bed scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself until morning came. I kept glancing at the table, half expecting it to move again. It didn't. When the first light of dawn finally appeared through my window, I felt this immense relief. Somehow, daylight made everything seem less terrifying. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke up around 9 with my phone still in my hand. I went to the kitchen where my mom was making breakfast. She looked at me and immediately knew something was off. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, sliding a cup of coffee toward me. "Bad night?" I told her what happened, trying to sound casual about it. Something weird happened last night. My coffee table kind of moved across my room by itself." She raised an eyebrow at me. "Were you dreaming?" "No, Mom. I was wide awake. It woke me up, the sound of it dragging across the floor. And when I turned on the light, it was in a completely different spot." She looked concerned, but not particularly alarmed. "Maybe you bumped it getting up in the night and don't remember?" "I didn't get up until after it happened," I insisted, "and this wasn't a small movement. It moved like 3 feet across the room." My mom took a sip of her coffee, looking thoughtful. "What time did this happen?" "Just after 4 in the morning. Why?" The moment I said this, her face changed. She set her cup down slowly, her hand trembling slightly. "Rachel," she said, her voice suddenly quiet, "do you know what yesterday was?" I shook my head, confused by her reaction. "It was February 8th, 26 years since Grandma Ellie passed away." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the morning air. My grandmother had died when I was just 3 years old, so I only had vague memories of her, a soft voice, the smell of lavender, gentle hands. But I knew from family stories that we had been incredibly close. She'd lived just down the street and had come to our house almost every day to look after me while my mom worked. But what does that have to do with, I started to ask, then stopped as my mom continued. "She died at 4:15 in the morning, Rachel. I got the call at 4:30. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. That's just a coincidence, right?" My mom didn't answer right away. She was staring into her coffee cup as if it held some kind of answer. "The coffee table," she said finally. "That was hers. It used to sit in her living room. She'd set her tea on it every afternoon when I'd bring you over to visit." I'd known the table was a family piece, but I'd never connected it specifically to my grandmother. It had just always been around, one of those pieces of furniture that follows a family through generations. You think Grandma Ellie moved the table?" I asked, not sure if I was more afraid of a yes or a no. My mom shrugged, but there was something in her eyes, not fear, but wonder. "I don't know what to think. But your grandmother loved you so much, Rachel. When she was dying, one of the last things she said was that she wished she could see you grow up." I sat there, coffee forgotten, trying to process what she was suggesting, that my grandmother's spirit had somehow returned on the anniversary of her death, that she had found a way to make her presence known. "Why would she move a table, though?" I asked. "Why not just, I don't know, appear or something?" My mum gave a small laugh. "Ellie was never one for grand gestures. She was practical. Maybe moving something physical was the only way she could reach out." Sam came home from his shift while we were talking. He listened to my story with his typical skepticism. "Probably just the house is settling," he suggested through a yawn. "These old places make all kinds of noises, or maybe you had a really vivid dream." I shook my head. "It wasn't a dream, Sam. I was wide awake, and it wasn't the house settling. The table moved 3 feet across my room." He raised his hands in surrender. Okay. Just saying there's probably a logical explanation." But the more I thought about it, the less sure I was that there was any logical explanation. I've had vivid dreams before, but this wasn't one of them. I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt when my fingers touched the moving table. That night, I hesitated before going back to my room. Part of me wanted to sleep on the couch, but another part felt strangely drawn to my bedroom, to the table that had moved. I decided to talk to her, to my grandmother, feeling both silly and hopeful as I did so. "Grandma Ellie," I said quietly to the empty room, "if that was you last night, I want you to know it's okay. You scared me, but I'm not scared anymore. I'm glad you came to visit." Nothing happened, of course. The table stayed perfectly still, but as I lay in bed that night, I felt different, not afraid, but comforted somehow. Like maybe there are things in this world we don't understand, connections that stretch beyond what we can see or touch. It's been a month now, and the table hasn't moved again. Sometimes I catch myself watching it, half expecting to see it slide across the floor. It never does. But sometimes, usually in those quiet moments just before dawn, I feel a presence in my room. Not threatening, just there, watching, waiting. I've started leaving a cup of tea on the table before I go to bed. My grandmother's favorite kind, chamomile with a drop of honey. It's probably silly, but it makes me feel connected to her somehow. I don't know if what happened that night was really my grandmother reaching out from whatever comes after this life. Maybe it was just a strange coincidence, or maybe there's some perfectly logical explanation that I haven't thought of yet. But I like to think it was her. I like to think that on the anniversary of her death, she found a way to say hello, to let me know she's still around in some way. And if moving a coffee table across a bedroom floor at 4 in the morning was the only way she could do it, well, I guess that's just the kind of practical solution my grandmother would come up with. I still don't know what to believe about ghosts or the afterlife, but I do know that sometimes, when I'm sitting at that old coffee table reading a book or sipping tea, I feel a gentle warmth that has nothing to do with the temperature of the room. And in those moments, I whisper a quiet hello back to her, just in case she's listening. Story 13. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family. Even now, 20 years later, I get chills just thinking about it. I've always been the skeptical type, the one who needs evidence and explanations. But what happened that summer when I was 10 changed everything I thought I knew about the world. I grew up in San Juan, but my mother's family lived in the countryside of Puerto Rico, in a small village tucked between rolling hills and dense forest. That summer, my parents decided I needed to connect with nature instead of spending my vacation glued to my Nintendo, so they shipped me off to stay with my uncle Roberto, Aunt Carmela, and my 3 cousins for 2 weeks. I was miserable at first. No internet, spotty TV reception, and worst of all, my cousins were those outdoorsy types who actually enjoyed getting dirty and sweaty. The only saving grace was Lucia, the 14-year-old daughter of my aunt's friend who lived nearby. I had the biggest crush on her, even though she treated me like a baby most of the time. The property was huge, a modest house surrounded by a large yard that gradually gave way to farmland on one side and thick forest on the other. During the days, we'd play these elaborate games of hide and seek and something they called catch and rescue, which was basically tag but with teams and jail zones. Despite myself, I was having fun. It was the 5th day of my stay when it happened. We'd been playing outside all afternoon. The sun was starting to set, painting the sky in oranges and reds, and the temperature was finally dropping after a brutally hot day. I remember checking my watch, a digital Casio my dad had given me for my birthday, and seeing it was around 5:30. My uncle Roberto stepped onto the porch and called out to us, "Niños, time to come inside. It's getting dark." We were in the middle of a game, and my cousin Carlos groaned. "Just 10 more minutes, Papa." Uncle Roberto shook his head. "Now, Carlos, you know the rules. Nobody stays out near the forest after dark." I was about to head in when Carlos and my other cousin Elena exchanged this look. Then Carlos turned to me with a mischievous grin. "Miguel, you know why we can't stay out after dark, right?" he asked, his voice dropping dramatically. I rolled my eyes. "Because of mosquitoes," Lucia laughed, but it wasn't a nice laugh. It was the kind older kids use when they think you're naive. "No, silly, because of the Duins." "The what?" Elena stepped closer. "Duins. They live in the forest. They're like children, but not children. They were never baptized, so when they died, they couldn't go to heaven. Now they wander the forests looking for other children to take away." I snorted. "That's just a story to scare little kids." Carlos shook his head solemnly. "No, Miguel, everyone here knows they're real. 3 kids went missing from our village when my dad was young. They never found them." "How would some ghost kid kidnap me?" I challenged, though I felt a little shiver despite the warm evening. "They trick you," Lucia said, her voice hushed. "They look like children from behind, but you can never see their faces, and their feet," she paused for effect, "their feet are backwards." "Backwards?" I repeated skeptically. "See, their toes point behind them, and their heels face forward. That's how you know it's a duin. The footprints look like they're walking away from somewhere when they're actually walking toward it. People follow the tracks thinking they're following someone out of the forest, but they're actually being led deeper in." "Ahora!" My uncle's voice boomed from the house, making us all jump. "Coming, Papa!" Carlos called back. He turned to me with a smirk. "Don't ever follow a child into the forest, Miguel, especially if you can't see their face." They all ran toward the house laughing. I hung back for a moment, irritated at being the butt of their joke. I wasn't some gullible little kid they could scare with ghost stories. I was from the city. I knew better. As I turned to follow them, something caught my eye at the edge of the forest, a small figure about the size of a child, partially hidden behind a tree. I couldn't make out any details in the fading light, just a silhouette. For a second, I thought it was Elena trying to scare me again. "Very funny," I called out, but there was no response. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching. A cloud passed over the setting sun, and the yard dimmed. When the light returned, the figure was gone. I felt a chill run up my spine, but I shook it off. It was just my cousin's stupid stories getting to me, probably just a shadow or an animal. I turned and started walking toward the house. That's when I heard it. Soft footsteps in the grass behind me, patting, shuffling steps, like a small child trying to be quiet, but not quite managing it. I smiled to myself. So they were trying to scare me after all. "I know you're there," I called without turning around. "It's not going to work." The footsteps continued, steady, getting closer. I kept walking, determined not to give them the satisfaction of seeing me spooked. The footsteps matched my pace exactly. When I slowed down, they slowed down. When I sped up, they sped up too. By the time I reached the porch steps, my heart was racing despite my attempts to stay calm. Something about those footsteps felt wrong, too light, too deliberate, not like my cousins at all. I bounded up the steps and turned around, ready to catch whoever was trying to prank me. But there was nobody there, just the empty yard, growing darker by the minute. That's when I noticed them. Footprints in the soft earth, leading from about 5 meters behind me back toward the forest edge. Small footprints, like a child's. But there was something off about them. I couldn't quite make it out in the dimming light. "Miguel, get in here now!" My uncle appeared in the doorway, looking unusually stern. I hurried inside and found everyone gathered in the living room. My aunt, my 3 cousins and Lucia, all accounted for, all inside. "Who was out there with me just now?" I demanded, my voice shakier than I wanted it to be. They all looked at me blankly. "Nobody," Carlos said. "We've been inside for at least 5 minutes. But I heard footsteps. Someone was following me." Uncle Roberto's face changed. The anger drained away, replaced by something that looked a lot like fear. Without a word, he grabbed a flashlight from a drawer and went outside. We all crowded by the window, watching as he shone the light on the ground where I'd been walking. Even from inside, I could see his body stiffen. He followed the trail of footprints with his light, from the porch steps back toward the forest edge. Then he hurried back inside, locking the door behind him. "Everyone stays inside tonight," he announced, his voice tight. "No arguments." "Roberto." My aunt's voice was small. "Was it?" He nodded grimly, then noticed all of us children staring. "Go wash up for dinner," he said, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Nobody moved. "Tio," I said, my mouth dry, "what was out there?" He hesitated, then knelt down to my level. "Miguel, did you see anyone when you were coming back to the house?" I nodded. "A small person, at the edge of the forest. I thought it was Elena or Carlos trying to scare me." "Did you see their face?" I shook my head. "Did they speak to you? Call your name?" "No. They just stood there. Then I heard footsteps behind me. But when I got to the porch, no one was there." My uncle and aunt exchanged a look that made my stomach knot. "The footprints," I said, remembering what Lucia had told me. "They were backward, weren't they?" My uncle didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, "You did the right thing, Miguel. You didn't turn around, you didn't follow, you came straight to the house." That night, nobody went outside. My aunt served dinner in silence, and the usual laughter and chatter was replaced by nervous glances and hushed whispers. My cousins didn't tease me anymore. Even Lucia looked pale and kept close to my aunt. We all slept in the living room that night, the kids on mattresses dragged from the bedrooms, the adults taking turns staying awake in chairs. I barely slept, jumping at every creak and rustle from outside. My parents arrived the next day to pick me up. They'd cut their trip short after my uncle called them. I overheard part of their conversation while I was packing my things. "It was too close, Raphael," my uncle was saying to my father. "The footprints stopped just 5 meters behind him. If he had turned around or followed it..." "But he didn't," my father replied. "He's smart, just like his mother. The Duan hasn't been seen around here for years, not since..." "I know." My father's voice was grim. "We'll take him home today." On the drive back to San Juan, I finally worked up the courage to ask my father about what happened. Papa, are doings real? He was quiet for so long, I thought he wasn't going to answer. Finally, he said, Miguel, there are things in this world that science can't explain yet. Things our ancestors understood better than we do. But that doesn't answer my question, I insisted. He sighed. What do you think, Hijo? You were there. I thought about the small figure at the forest edge, the footsteps behind me that nobody could have made, the footprints that Uncle Roberto found, footprints that made him pale and lock all the doors. I think something was there, I admitted. Something that wasn't human. My father nodded. Trust your instincts, Miguel. They saved you yesterday. Years later, when I was in college, I visited my cousins again. One night, after a few beers, I asked Carlos about what happened that summer. Do you remember the duel? I asked. His smile faded. How could I forget? Papa didn't let us play outside for weeks afterward. Was it real? Or was it some elaborate prank you all pulled on the city kid? Carlos looked at me for a long moment. You know those kids I told you about? The ones who went missing when Papa was young? I nodded. One of them was his little brother, my uncle. They found his shoes by the forest edge, but no body. Ever. A chill ran through me. Why didn't anyone tell me that? Would you have believed it? Would it have made a difference? He took another swig of his beer. The adults don't like to talk about it. They think it invites bad luck. I'm 30 now, with a degree in engineering and a job that requires logic and precision. I've traveled the world and educated myself on folklore and mass hysteria and the power of suggestion. I've read psychological studies on how fear can make us perceive things that aren't there, and yet I still can't explain those footprints in the dirt. I can't explain the figure I saw at the forest edge or the footsteps that followed me when no one was there. Sometimes, late at night, I still dream about it, a small shadow with backward feet, always just behind me, always just out of sight. I've never gone back to that forest. Some things once seen can't be unseen. Some boundaries once recognized shouldn't be crossed. And sometimes the stories we dismiss as childish superstition turn out to be warnings passed down through generations for a reason. Story 14. I still have trouble sleeping. Every night when the lights go out, I feel like someone is watching me. It's been almost 30 years since it happened. But the memories are as fresh as yesterday. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family and village, but I need to get this off my chest. My name is Rajesh. I live in a small village in Maharashtra, about 2 hours from Pune. Back in 1992, I was 32 years old, working our family's 3 acres of land. We grew rice and some vegetables, nothing fancy, but it was enough to feed my family and sell the extra in the weekly market. I remember that day in May like it was yesterday. It was hot, around 38 degrees, and I had been working since sunrise. My wife Priya had packed me some roti and sabzi for lunch. After finishing work, I stayed a bit longer to fix an irrigation pipe that had been leaking for days. By the time I finished, the sun was setting. The route home took me past the old banyan tree that marked the halfway point between our fields and the village. Everyone in our area knew that tree. It was probably hundreds of years old, with roots hanging down like curtains. Usually I'd pass by without a second thought, but that evening something caught my eye. There was a woman standing near the tree, wearing a white sari. At first I thought nothing of it, maybe someone from the village waiting for a family member. But as I got closer, I noticed she was standing completely still, almost unnaturally so. Her head was slightly bowed, and her hair fell forward, covering her face. "Namaste," I called out, thinking she might need help. It was getting dark, and the path wasn't safe for a woman alone. She didn't respond. I took a few steps closer, and that's when I noticed something odd about her feet. They weren't touching the ground. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks after a long day's work. When I looked again, she was gone. Just gone. There was nowhere she could have run to. The fields were open on all sides, and the nearest bushes were at least 50 meters away. My heart started racing. I've never been the superstitious type, but in that moment, I felt cold sweat break out all over my body. I practically ran the rest of the way home. When I burst through our door, Priya could immediately tell something was wrong. My 7-year-old son Vikram and 4-year-old daughter Meena were playing on the floor, but they stopped when they saw my face. "What happened?" Priya asked, her hands still wet from washing dishes. I tried to sound casual. "Nothing, just tired. It's been a long day." I didn't want to scare the children. Later that night, after they went to bed, I told Priya what I'd seen. She listened quietly, then handed me a glass of water. "You've been working too hard," she said, touching my forehead to check for fever. "Your mind is playing tricks. Eat something and rest." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen wasn't a hallucination. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me jump. The creaking of our old wooden doors, the rustling of leaves outside our window, even the breathing of my family. Around 2 a.m, I heard something that made my blood freeze, a soft whisper calling my name. Rajesh. It was so faint I thought I might have imagined it. But then it came again, closer this time, as if someone was standing right next to our bed. Rajesh. I sat up, heart pounding. The room was dark except for the faint moonlight coming through our small window. Priya was sound asleep next to me. I looked around frantically but saw nothing. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a bad dream. I went to work as usual, though I took a different route, avoiding the banyan tree. The day passed without incident, and I started to feel foolish about my fears. When I got home that evening, Priya was unusually quiet. After dinner, when the children were playing outside, she finally spoke. "Vikram said he saw a woman in our house today." My stomach dropped. "What woman?" "He said she was wearing white and stood in the corner of the room, watching him play. When he called me, she disappeared." Priya's voice trembled slightly. "I told him it was his imagination, but..." I couldn't tell her about the whispers I'd heard. Instead, I reassured her that kids often imagine things, and we should just keep an eye on him. That night, I woke up to Meena crying. I rushed to the children's room and found her sitting up in bed, pointing at the window. "Lady," she whimpered. "White lady." I looked where she was pointing but saw nothing. Vikram was awake too, his eyes wide with fear. I brought both children to sleep with us that night, telling them it was just a bad dream. But things only got worse after that. Parts of our house would suddenly become ice cold, even in the midday heat. Objects would move. Nothing dramatic like in the films, just small things. Priya's hairbrush would be on the other side of the room from where she left it. The children's toys would be arranged in perfect circles when no one had touched them. About a week after my encounter at the banyan tree, we were having dinner when everything changed. The 4 of us were sitting on the floor, eating rice and dal, when suddenly the oil lamp on our table flickered despite there being no breeze. The room grew cold, so cold I could see our breath. Vikram started whimpering first, then Meena. Priya reached for the children, pulling them close. I felt it before I saw anything. A presence, heavy and oppressive, like someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. "Don't turn around," a voice whispered in my ear. Not Priya's voice, not my children's. A woman's voice I'd never heard before. I froze, my spoon halfway to my mouth. My family was staring past me, their eyes wide with terror. Slowly, I turned my head. There she was, the woman in the white sari, but this time I could see her face clearly. She was young, maybe 25, with features that might have been beautiful once. Now her skin had a greyish tinge, and her eyes were filled with such profound sadness it made my chest ache. She didn't speak again. She just stared at me, then slowly raised her arm and pointed toward our door. Mina started screaming. The woman vanished, but the cold remained. We spent that night at my brother's house, taking only what we could carry in our arms. I couldn't bring myself to tell him the real reason. I just said we had a water leak. The next morning, I went to see Arjun, our village elder. He was nearly 80 then, with a white beard down to his chest and eyes that seemed to look right through you. I'd always respected him, but had never much believed in his talk of spirits and the supernatural. Now I was desperate for his help. I told him everything, the woman by the tree, the whispers, the cold spots, what had happened at dinner. He listened without interrupting, occasionally nodding as if confirming something to himself. When I finished, he sighed deeply. I was afraid this might happen again. Again. My mouth went dry. Arjun leaned forward. About 30 years ago, there was a young woman named Meera who lived in the village. She was married to a man from the next village over, an arranged marriage. He was cruel to her. I nodded, understanding what he wasn't saying. Domestic violence wasn't openly discussed, but everyone knew it happened. One night, she ran away from him. She was trying to return to her parents' home here in our village. Her husband caught up with her near the banyan tree. Arjun paused, his old eyes clouding with the memory. He killed her there, then himself. Their bodies weren't found for 2 days. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with ghosts. And you think this is her? But why now? Why my family? Arjun shook his head. The spirit world doesn't follow our logic, Rajesh. Maybe you reminded her of someone. Maybe she's been there all along, and you're the first to see her. What matters is that she's restless. Her soul hasn't found peace. He gave me instructions, specific prayers to recite, rituals to perform. He also gave me a small packet of herbs to burn in our home. This might help, he said. But remember, she was a victim too. Approach with respect, not fear. That evening, Priya and I returned to our house alone, leaving the children with my brother. The air inside felt heavy, like before a monsoon storm. We cleaned the house, opened all the windows, and performed the rituals Arjun had prescribed. As the sun set, I burned the herbs in a small clay pot. The smoke filled our home with a sharp, clean scent. Then we sat in the main room and waited. The temperature dropped first. Then came the familiar feeling of being watched. This time, when she appeared standing in the corner of the room, I didn't run. Neither did Priya, though I could feel her trembling beside me. Meera, I said softly, using the name Arjun had told me. We know what happened to you. We're sorry for your pain. The figure flickered like a flame in the wind. Her expression changed. Surprise, perhaps. Your suffering was great, I continued, following Arjun's guidance. But your family mourned you. Your parents are gone now, too. They would want you to find peace. The apparition moved closer. I felt Priya's nails dig into my arm, but I kept talking, offering prayers for Meera's soul. The cold in the room intensified until it felt like we were sitting in an ice cave. And then, suddenly, it was over. The cold lifted. The heaviness in the air dissipated. The woman in the white sari was gone. We waited all night, but she didn't return. In the morning, we brought the children home. For a week, we were on edge, jumping at every sound. But nothing happened. Life slowly returned to normal. That was 30 years ago. We never saw Meera again, though sometimes, especially on quiet nights, I think I can hear faint whispers. We still live in the same house. Our children are grown with families of their own. I've never passed the banyan tree at dusk since that day. I make sure I'm home before sunset. And sometimes, when I catch a glimpse of white from the corner of my eye, my heart still stops for a moment. I don't know if we helped Meera find peace, or if she's just waiting, watching. All I know is that some things can't be explained by logic or reason. Some experiences change you forever, And sometimes, just sometimes, the line between our world and whatever comes after is thinner than we think. Story 15. I've been sitting on this experience for years now, and I honestly don't know if I'll ever fully process what happened. I'm 29 now, but I was 23 when this all went down at my mom's apartment in Lakeview, Georgia. It's a tiny town where nothing ever happens, which makes what I experienced even more unsettling. For context, I was living with my mom temporarily after college while saving up for my own place. Her boyfriend, Rick, had moved in about 6 months earlier. He worked the night shift as a security guard at Lakeview Memorial Hospital, so our schedules rarely overlapped except on weekends. That Tuesday started like any other. I woke up around 9 in the morning, made some coffee, and was checking emails when my mum came out of her bedroom looking absolutely exhausted. Her face was pale, and her hands were shaking slightly as she poured herself coffee. "Rough night?" I asked, not thinking much of it. She nodded but didn't elaborate, which wasn't like her at all. Mum usually tells me everything, sometimes too much. She just mumbled something about bad dreams and sat at the kitchen table staring into her mug. I could tell something was seriously wrong, but she clearly didn't want to talk about it, so I didn't push. Around 11, Rick came home from his shift. He looked even worse than my mum, bloodshot eyes, disheveled hair, and this weird, nervous energy that made him keep checking over his shoulder. He kissed my mom on the cheek and gave me a strained nod before heading to the shower. Mom left for her shift at the diner around noon, and I figured Rick would just crash like he usually did after work. Instead, he came into the kitchen where I was making lunch and asked if we could talk. Something in his tone made my stomach drop. "Your mom made me promise not to tell you this," he started, his voice lower than usual. "But after what happened this morning, I think you should know. I can't be the only one carrying this." I put down my sandwich and gave him my full attention. Rick wasn't the dramatic type. He was actually pretty stoic most of the time, so seeing him visibly shaken set off all kinds of alarms in my head. "I was getting ready for my shift last night around 3 in the morning, he began. "Your mum was asleep, and I was having coffee in the living room with the TV on low, just like always." He paused, rubbing his hands together nervously. "I started hearing this whispering. At first I thought it was coming from the TV, but when I muted it, the whispering continued. It sounded like it was coming from right outside our front door." Rick described how the whispers were faint, but definitely aggressive in tone. He couldn't make out words exactly, but the cadence was threatening somehow. Thinking it might be kids messing around or maybe someone drunk in the hallway, he went to check. I opened the door expecting to find someone there, but the hallway was completely empty. No one, nothing, not even a shadow. He went back to his coffee, telling himself it was just his imagination or maybe the neighbor's TV. But a few minutes later, the whispering started again. Louder this time, more distinct, and definitely coming from outside our apartment door. "I checked again," Rick said, his voice getting tighter. "Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I even walked down the hall in both directions, thinking maybe someone was hiding around the corner. But there was no one there, Rachel. The building was dead quiet except for that whispering." At this point, I was already getting goosebumps, but what he said next made my blood run cold. The third time, it wasn't whispering anymore. It was a man's voice, deep, guttural, almost like a growl, and it wasn't coming from the door anymore. Rick's eyes met mine, and I could see genuine fear there. "It was coming from your mum's bedroom." He described how he ran to her room and threw open the door. In the dim light filtering through the curtains, he could see my mum lying in bed, but something was terribly wrong. Her body was rigid, almost arched slightly, and her mouth was moving. Rachel, I swear to God, she was speaking in a man's voice, not her voice at all, a deep, rough voice I've never heard before. The words weren't even English, or at least not any language I could recognize. just this dark, commanding tone that filled the whole room. He flipped on the light and shouted her name, trying to wake her up. It took several attempts before she finally snapped out of it, gasping for air like she'd been underwater. When she fully came to, she started crying hysterically. She told me she'd been having this nightmare where a shadow was on top of her, trying to force itself on her. Rick's voice cracked slightly. Not like a person, but some kind of dark entity. She said it was trying to get inside her, not just physically, but like it wanted to take over her body. Mom apparently made Rick promise not to tell me about it because she didn't want to scare me. They'd chalked it up to an intense night terror, though Rick admitted he wasn't convinced. The voice he heard coming from her wasn't just sleep-talking, it was something else entirely. As Rick finished telling me all this, I felt like the temperature in the kitchen had dropped 20 degrees. My hands were ice cold, and I couldn't stop the shivers running down my spine. But I tried to stay rational. Maybe it was just a really bad dream, I suggested, though I didn't believe it myself. Mom's been working double shifts lately, and stress can... That's when it happened. Mid-sentence, every light in the apartment went out simultaneously. Every light except the small lamp on the counter next to the microwave. It stayed on, casting long, distorted shadows across the kitchen. The timing was so perfect, so precisely timed to Rick's story, that we both just froze. I remember looking at the lamp, then at Rick, then back at the lamp. Neither of us spoke. We didn't need to. We both knew this wasn't a power outage or a blown fuse. This was acknowledgement. Something was letting us know it was there, listening to us talk about it. The hair on my arms stood straight up, and I felt this wave of dread wash over me. It's hard to describe the feeling exactly, like suddenly becoming aware that you're being watched by something malicious. The air felt thick, charged somehow, like right before a thunderstorm. Rick slowly stood up from his chair, his eyes never leaving that one lit lamp. "We need to go," he whispered. "Now." I didn't argue. I didn't grab my phone or my purse or even put on shoes. We just walked, not ran, but walked very deliberately, out of the apartment. I remember thinking that running would somehow provoke whatever was there, like a predator that chases when you flee. Once we were in the hallway, Rick gently pulled the door shut behind us. We stood there for a moment, both breathing hard, despite not having exerted ourselves. Then, without discussing it, we headed down to his car. We drove to a diner about 20 minutes away and sat there for hours, drinking coffee and trying to make sense of what had happened. Rick kept saying maybe it was just a weird coincidence with the power, but neither of us believed that. The timing was too perfect, too deliberate. Around 5 in the afternoon, we finally worked up the courage to go back to the apartment. I half expected to find something dramatic. Furniture overturned, windows broken, walls smeared with something. But everything was completely normal. All the lights worked perfectly. Nothing was out of place. The rest of the day passed without incident. Mom came home from her shift, and neither Rick nor I mentioned what had happened. It was like we had an unspoken agreement not to bring it up around her. I spent the evening jumping at every little noise, checking over my shoulder constantly, and sleeping with my bedroom light on. The strangest part. Nothing like that ever happened again. Not in that apartment, not to my mom, not to any of us. It was this isolated, inexplicable event that came out of nowhere and then disappeared just as mysteriously. I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened that day. Maybe Mum was just having night terrors. Maybe Rick was exhausted from working nights and imagined the voice. Maybe the power fluctuation was just a coincidence, but deep down, I know better. Whatever was in our apartment that day, it was real. It was intelligent enough to make its presence known at exactly the right moment. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I still get the feeling that it's out there somewhere. Watching. Waiting. Maybe for my mom, maybe for me. I've never told anyone else this story until now. I'm not even sure why I'm sharing it here, except that keeping it bottled up for 6 years is driving me crazy. I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I need to know if I'm not alone in this, because the alternative, that something sinister targeted my family specifically, is too terrifying to contemplate. And the question that keeps me up some nights is, why did it leave? Was that just a warning? Or is it coming back someday to finish whatever it started? I still live in Lakeview, though not in that apartment. Mom and Rick eventually got married and moved to Florida. Mom seems fine now, though she still refuses to talk about that night. Sometimes I wonder if she remembers it at all, or if whatever was speaking through her erased the memory completely. All I know is that I'll never forget the sound of that lamp humming in the darkness. The only light left in our apartment, like a spotlight on the moment when I realized there are things in this world that can't be explained away. Things that exist in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to reach out and remind us how vulnerable we really are. Story 16. I've always been into history, especially the dark and morbid kind. So when my fiancé and I planned our trip to Philadelphia last summer, Eastern State Penitentiary was at the top of my list. I'd seen it on those ghost hunting shows and read about it online, but nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what happened there. The morning of our visit, I woke up feeling off. It wasn't like I was sick or anything. Just this weird heaviness in my chest, like when you know something's about to happen but you can't put your finger on what. I brushed it off as travel anxiety, or maybe too much coffee the night before. We were staying at this cute little B&B in the historic district. The owner was this quirky woman in her 60s who collected all sorts of weird stuff. The dining room had these old photos of Philadelphia from the early 1900s, some local artwork, and oddly enough, a tarot card deck, sitting on a side table near the breakfast spread. My fiancé, Matt, is the most logical, skeptical person I know. He's an engineer and believes there's a scientific explanation for everything. Me? I'm more open-minded. I don't necessarily believe in ghosts, but I don't disbelieve either. While we were having breakfast, I noticed that tarot deck. The owner mentioned guests were welcome to use it, so I thought, why not? I've always been curious about that stuff. I shuffled the cards, thinking about our day ahead at the penitentiary, and then the weirdest thing happened. As I was shuffling, a card literally flew out of the deck. Not like it slipped, it shot out, landing face up about 2 feet away. It was the Devil card. I'm not super familiar with tarot, but even I know that's not exactly a have a nice day kind of card. Matt laughed it off. Static electricity, he said, biting into his toast. But the B&B owner, who was refilling coffee cups, froze for a second when she saw it. Going somewhere special today? She asked. When I mentioned Eastern State, she nodded slowly. That place has history, was all she said before moving on to the next table. It seemed like such a cliché moment, like something from a bad horror movie, but I swear this actually happened. We finished breakfast and headed to the penitentiary. It was a gorgeous May day, sunny and warm. The prison itself is this massive castle-like structure right in the middle of the city. It's been closed as an actual prison since the 1970s, but it's now a historic site and museum. From the outside, it's impressive, but not necessarily scary. Just old stone walls and guard towers. We got lucky because they were offering a special tour that day that included some restricted areas, former administrative offices and places they don't usually let the public see. There were 8 of us in the group, plus our guide, Marcus, who clearly loved his job and knew everything about the place. Eastern State was revolutionary when it opened in 1829, Marcus explained as we walked through the main entrance. It was based on the Quaker belief in penitence, hence the name penitentiary. Inmates were kept in complete isolation, with only a Bible for company. The idea was that this solitude would lead them to reflect on their crimes and repent. The main hallway, or hub as he called it, was this long corridor with cell blocks radiating out like spokes on a wheel. The walls were peeling, the paint flaking off in sheets. Sunlight streamed through the skylights, highlighting the decay. It was beautiful in a morbid way. The first hour was pretty standard stuff, seeing the cells, learning about famous inmates like Al Capone and bank robber Willie Sutton. Interesting, but nothing that would make me question reality. Then we got to a part of the administrative wing that isn't on the regular tour. It was an old office where they kept records of inmates' artistic work. According to Marcus, there was this one inmate in the 1930s who created these intricate wood carvings despite having no prior artistic experience. He claimed the spirits of the prison guided his hands. As Marcus was talking, the strangest thing happened. I developed this sudden, splitting headache. It felt like someone was driving an ice pick into my right temple. I've had migraines before, but this came on instantly and was almost blinding. I had to lean against the wall. Matt noticed and asked if I was okay. I could barely speak through the pain. I just shook my head and pointed to the door. The weird part? The second, and I mean the exact second, I stepped out of that room, the pain vanished. Not gradually, instantly, like someone had flipped a switch. I felt completely normal again. I rejoined the tour, and Matt kept asking if I needed to go back to the hotel, but I insisted I was fine. And I was. It was the strangest thing. I didn't want to make a big deal about it in front of the group, so I just whispered to Matt that we'd talk about it later. The next stop was the prison's old operating room. This small, tiled room with a drain in the center of the floor where they performed surgeries and autopsies. Marcus was explaining how primitive medical care was in the prison when I felt it, a distinct push on my lower back. Not a violent shove, but definitely a deliberate pressure, like when someone needs to get by you in a crowd. I spun around, thinking one of the other tourists had bumped me, but everyone was at least 3 feet away, listening to Marcus. No one was close enough to have touched me. "Did you push me?" I whispered to Matt. He looked confused. "I'm standing right next to you. How could I have pushed your back?" I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. I'm not easily spooked, but this was starting to freak me out. As we moved on, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd leaned against something. Maybe I'd imagined it. But I knew what I'd felt, a hand-sized pressure right between my shoulder blades. The next weird incident happened in what they call the speaker's room. It's this small space where they've set up audio recordings of former prisoners and guards talking about life in Eastern State. Their voices echo off the stone walls, creating this eerie atmosphere as they describe brutal conditions and isolation. We were all standing in a semicircle, listening to these recordings. I had my hair in a ponytail, and suddenly I felt a distinct tug on it. Not hard, but definitely noticeable, like when someone gently pulls your hair to get your attention. I whipped around, thinking Matt was messing with me, but he had this strange look on his face. He was staring at the space between us with wide eyes. "What's wrong?" I whispered. "Did you feel that cold spot?" he asked, still staring at the empty space. "Something pulled my hair," I said. Marcus was still talking, and I didn't want to interrupt the tour, so we moved closer together and kept listening. But I could feel Matt's hand gripping mine much tighter than before. When the tour finally ended around 4 in the afternoon, we sat on a bench in the prison yard, trying to process what had happened. That's when Matt told me what he'd experienced. "Right when you turned around and asked if I'd pulled your hair, I felt this intense cold spot pass between us," he said, "like walking through a freezer door. But it was just in this narrow band, maybe a foot wide, right between where we were standing. And then it was gone." We compared notes on everything. My headache that appeared and disappeared so suddenly, the push in the operating room, the hair pull that coincided exactly with Matt's cold spot. It was like something had stepped between us, reached out and tugged my ponytail. "You don't think—" Matt started, then stopped himself. This was the guy who had a scientific explanation for everything, suddenly at a loss for words. "That a ghost pulled my hair," I finished for him. "I don't know what to think anymore." We were both quiet for a while, sitting in that prison yard surrounded by those massive stone walls. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone, that something or someone had taken an interest in us. Maybe it was one of those inmates who spent decades in isolation, curious about visitors. Maybe it was something else entirely. But whatever it was aware and interactive enough to physically touch me. We didn't talk much about it for the rest of our trip. I think we were both trying to process it in our own ways. Matt kept trying to come up with explanations. Air pressure changes, suggestion, weird acoustics in the old building. But I could tell his heart wasn't in it. It's been 8 months since that visit. Sometimes I'll catch Matt looking things up online about Eastern State, reading accounts from other visitors who've had strange experiences there. Last week, he finally admitted it. "I can't explain what happened," he said out of nowhere while we were making dinner. "I've tried. I've looked into everything I can think of, but I felt that cold spot. It was real. And it happened exactly when you felt your hair being pulled. I can't explain that." Coming from him, that's practically a declaration that ghosts exist. I still don't know what to make of our experience. Was it the spirit of a former inmate? Some kind of energy imprint left behind by the thousands of people who suffered within those walls? Or something else entirely? All I know is that something in that prison was aware enough to interact with us, to cause pain, to push, to pull my hair. Something that could create a cold spot narrow enough that only Matt felt it, standing less than 2 feet from me. I'm not saying Eastern State Penitentiary is haunted. I'm just saying that something happened there that I cannot explain. And neither can my fiercely logical fiancé. I wonder sometimes about that devil card that flew out of the deck that morning. Was it a warning, a sign, or just a weird coincidence? If you ever visit Eastern State, keep an open mind, and maybe wear your hair down. Story 17. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my family. It's been almost 7 years now, but I still get this cold feeling in my stomach when I think about it. I guess I'm finally ready to share what happened. Back in 2015, I was living with my parents in Portland. I had just finished college and was trying to figure out what to do with my life, so I moved back home to save money while job hunting. My old bedroom was basically unchanged from high school. Same blue walls, same desk by the window, same bookshelf full of fantasy novels and old textbooks. The only new addition was this Van Gogh print of Starry Night I'd bought at a campus sale during my senior year. Nothing fancy, just a $20 poster-sized print with a cheap black frame. I'd always loved that. Painting, especially the swirling night sky. It had this chaotic energy that somehow felt calming to me. I hung it on the wall opposite my bed so I could see it when I woke up each morning. That summer, I was really into meditation. My college roommate had gotten me into it during finals week as a stress reliever, and I kept up the practice after graduating. Every evening before dinner, I'd sit cross-legged on my bedroom floor, close my eyes, and focus on my breathing for 20 minutes. It helped clear my head, especially during that weird post-college limbo period. On this particular day, July 18th, I remember it was unusually hot. Portland summers can get warm, but this was exceptional. My room faced west and caught the afternoon sun, so by 5 o'clock it felt like an oven even with the window open. I had a fan going, but it just pushed the hot air around. I was sitting on my floor in shorts and a t-shirt, already sweating before I even started meditating. I closed my eyes and began my usual routine. Deep breaths, counting to 4 on the inhale, holding for 2, then exhaling for 6. After a few minutes, I started to relax despite the heat. That's when I first noticed something felt off. It's hard to explain exactly what changed. The air suddenly felt heavier, like the barometric pressure had dropped right before a thunderstorm. The fan seemed quieter, though I hadn't touched it, and there was this sense of wrongness, like when you're home alone and suddenly feel certain someone else is in the house with you. I opened my eyes, half expecting to see someone standing in my doorway, but there was no one there. The room looked exactly the same, except for the painting. The Starry Night print was different. The stars in the sky portion weren't just bright yellow brushstrokes anymore. They were glowing, actually glowing like they were illuminated from behind. At first, I thought it might be a trick of the light, maybe the evening sun hitting the glass in a weird way. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, but the glow remained. I stood up slowly, my legs slightly numb from sitting. As I stared at the painting, one star in the upper left corner began getting brighter than the others. It was pulsing, growing more intense with each throb of light. I remember thinking maybe the heat had messed with my head or I was having some kind of visual migraine. But then the star started to change. It grew bigger, but not by expanding outward. More like it was getting closer, pushing through the painting toward me. The bright, yellow-white light of the star began to darken around the edges, like it was being consumed by something. A strange fog or darkness started spreading from that point, eating into the swirling blue sky of the painting. I couldn't move. I was completely transfixed, standing there in the middle of my bedroom, watching as this darkness spread through about a quarter of the painting. And then, within that darkness, I saw movement. A face began to form, not a human face, at least not entirely. It was distorted, elongated, with features that shifted and rearranged themselves like they couldn't decide what to be. The only stable elements were the eyes, large, dark, and completely focused on me. They weren't painted eyes. They were looking at me, seeing me. I wanted to look away, to run out of the room, but I physically couldn't move. It was like my muscles had locked up. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, but I couldn't even scream. The face continued to form, and then shoulders appeared, then arms. It was becoming a figure still obscured by that strange darkness, but definitely humanoid. And as I watched, it seemed to be pushing itself forward, like it was pressing against a membrane between its world and mine. The figure raised its hand, reaching toward the edge of the painting, its fingers, too long, too thin, stretched toward the frame. And then, impossibly, the tips of those fingers seemed to extend beyond the canvas. Just barely, just the tiniest bit, but they were reaching into my room. That's when I finally broke free of whatever had me frozen. I lunged for the light switch and slammed it on, flooding the room with harsh overhead light. My hand was shaking so badly, I almost missed the switch. In the bright light, the painting looked completely normal. Just a regular print of Starry Night. No glowing stars, no darkness, no figure. It was exactly the same $20 print I'd bought on campus. I stood there breathing hard, my t-shirt soaked with sweat, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I fallen asleep during meditation? Was it some kind of waking dream or hallucination from the heat? That's when I noticed two things that made my blood run cold. First, my face was wet. I touched my cheeks and realized I'd been crying, though I had no memory of tears. Second, the clock on my nightstand showed it was 5:47. Nearly 30 minutes had passed since I'd started meditating, but the experience had felt like only a few minutes. I backed out of my room, keeping my eyes on the painting the whole time, and went downstairs to find my mom. She took one look at my face and knew something was wrong. I broke down telling her what had happened. I half expected her to think I was making it up or suggest I was overheated, but she didn't. My family isn't super religious, but my mom has always been more spiritual than the rest of us. When I finished telling her what happened, she just nodded and said, "Something tried to come through." She didn't question if I'd imagined it or dreamed it. She believed me completely, which somehow made it more terrifying. That night, she convinced my dad to come up to my room. He's a practical guy, an engineer who deals in facts and measurements. But he didn't argue when my mom asked him to bless my room. He sprinkled holy water in the corners while my mom recited prayers. They placed a Saint Benedict medal, one my grandmother had given my mom years ago, on my windowsill. Then my dad took down the painting. He didn't handle it with any special care or caution, just unhooked it from the wall, carried it downstairs, and took it out to our backyard fire pit. I watched from the kitchen window as he burned it, the flames consuming Van Gogh's swirling sky and stars. I slept on the couch that night, and the next night too. It was almost a week before I could make myself sleep in my room again, and even then, I kept all the lights on. My mom bought me a new lamp specifically so I wouldn't have to be in the dark. Over time, the immediate terror faded. I got a job at a local marketing firm. Life moved on. But I've never hung another painting in my room, not even a poster. The wall where Starry Night used to be has remained empty for 7 years. Sometimes, usually when I'm just falling asleep or just waking up, I still get the feeling I'm being watched. It's strongest in that room, in my old bedroom at my parents' house. I moved out 3 years ago into my own apartment across town. But whenever I visit and stay overnight, that feeling returns. Like something is waiting, something that found a temporary window and is still looking for another way in. I don't know what would have happened if that thing had fully emerged from the painting. I don't know what it wanted, but I remember those eyes, how they locked onto mine with such intensity, such purpose. It knew I was there. It saw me specifically. And sometimes I think it's still seeing me, even now, from whatever place exists behind the barrier that separates our world from whatever that was. The Saint Benedict medal is still on the windowsill of my old room. My mom replaces the red ribbon it hangs from every Christmas, like a tradition. We never really talk about what happened anymore. It's just this unspoken thing between us. This knowledge that something from somewhere else reached out, and for a moment, almost, made contact. I still meditate occasionally, but never in that room, and never facing a wall with anything hanging on it. And I can't look at Starry Night anymore, not in books, not online, not anywhere, because every time I see those swirling stars, I can't help but look for that one specific star in the upper left corner, afraid that it might start to glow and grow dark around the edges again, and I might see those eyes looking back at me. Story 18. I never really talked about this outside my family before. It feels weird putting it all out there, but after reading so many accounts here from people who've experienced similar things, I think I'm ready to share my family's story. I grew up in Millbrook, a tiny dot on the map that most GPS systems still can't locate properly. It's the kind of rural town where everybody knows your business before you do, and family histories stretch back generations. My family, the Greens, have lived in the same area for over 100 years, and along with our name and our land, we inherited something else, something I've come to call the Denim Man. The strange occurrences in my family started before I was even born. My mom was pregnant with who would have been my older sister. The doctors initially thought she was having a boy, so my parents had already started calling the baby Benny. When my sister was stillborn, they kept the nickname. My mom doesn't talk about it much, but I know it broke something in her. I was born almost exactly 2 years later. Mom says the weird stuff started when I was exactly 1 month old. She had put me down for a nap and was doing laundry when she heard singing coming through the baby monitor. It was "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star," sung in a low, gravelly voice. She said she dropped the laundry basket and ran upstairs, convinced someone had broken in. But when she got to my room, I was alone, sleeping peacefully. You see, singing had stopped. My earliest personal memory of something strange was when I was around 4. I remember waking up in the middle of the night needing to pee. Our bathroom was across the hall, and as I opened my bedroom door, I saw a tall shadow figure walking slowly down the hallway. It wasn't my dad. It was much taller, probably around 6.5 feet, with broad shoulders. I wasn't scared, weirdly enough. I just watched it until it disappeared around the corner, then went to the bathroom like nothing happened. When I mentioned it to my mom the next morning, she got really quiet and asked me to describe exactly what I'd seen. When I finished, she just nodded and said, "That's the Denim Man. He watches over our family." I didn't understand what she meant then, but over time, I pieced together the story. The Denim Man had been following my mother's side of the family for at least 3 generations. My great-grandmother first saw him standing at the foot of her bed the night before she went into labor with my grandmother. He was described as a tall man wearing head-to-toe denim, jeans, jacket, and even a denim hat pulled low over his eyes. No one knew who he was or why he appeared, but he wasn't threatening. He just watched. When I was 7, my grandmother's cat Mittens died. She was ancient, 18 years old, and passed peacefully in her sleep. About a week after she died, I was staying at my grandma's house while my parents were at a wedding. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw Mittens walking across the guest room floor, her white paws seeming to glow in the darkness. She jumped up on the bed, walked in a circle like she always did, and settled down by my feet. I could feel the slight pressure where she was laying, but when I reached down to pet her, my hand went straight through. I told my grandma the next morning, and she smiled sadly and said, "Some spirits stick around because they're not ready to leave. Some stick around because we're not ready to let them go." But it was the Denim Man who was the most persistent presence in our family. When I was 10, we moved from our old farmhouse to a slightly newer home closer to town. My mum was adamant about leaving certain items behind: an old mirror, a rocking chair that had been in the attic, and strangely, all of my dad's denim clothing. When I asked her why, she just said, "We don't want to bring him with us." But it didn't work. 3 weeks after we moved in, my mom's keys disappeared from the kitchen counter. She tore the house apart looking for them, getting increasingly frustrated. Finally, she stood in the middle of the kitchen and said out loud, "Please give them back. I'm going to be late." When she turned around, the keys were sitting on the counter where she'd originally left them. That was his thing, taking objects and returning them when asked. Never anything valuable or irreplaceable, just small items. Hairbrushes, remote controls, reading glasses. It became so commonplace that we started addressing him directly. "Come on, Denim Man, I need my homework," I'd say, and my missing math assignment would show up tucked inside a book I knew I hadn't touched. My dad never believed in any of it. He thought Mom and I were playing elaborate pranks on each other, or that we were both incredibly forgetful. But even he couldn't explain what happened when I was 13. Mom had invited some friends over for dinner, people she'd known since high school. After a few glasses of wine, they started sharing ghost stories. Mom never talked about our experiences with outsiders, so I was surprised when her friend Diane suddenly said, "Lisa, do you still have that man in denim hanging around?" The room got quiet. Mom looked shocked and asked, "How do you know about him?" Diane looked confused. "You don't remember? That night at the Rusty Nail when we were 21. We were sitting at the bar, and that tall guy in the denim jacket and hat kept staring at you from the end of the bar. We thought he was creepy, but you said he wasn't bothering anyone. Then he just vanished. Like we all looked away for a second, and when we looked back, he was gone. No one saw him leave." Mom went pale. She'd never told her friends about the Denim Man. Later that night, after everyone left, I heard her crying in the kitchen. Dad was trying to comfort her, saying it was just a coincidence, that Diane was probably remembering some random guy from 20 years ago. But Mom kept saying, "He's never going to leave us alone. Never." The most intense experience I had with him happened today. I'm 19 now, home from college for the summer. I was alone in the house, as my parents had gone to visit my aunt in the next county over. I was in my bedroom, going through some old boxes of childhood stuff, when I found a baby blanket I didn't recognize. It was pale yellow with little stars on it, and had the name Benny embroidered in one corner. I immediately knew it must have been made for my sister, who never made it. I was holding it, wondering why it had been in my things, when the temperature in the room dropped dramatically. I'm not exaggerating, I could see my breath in the air. The door to my bedroom slowly swung shut, and I heard humming. It was Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, the same song my mum had heard on the baby monitor 19 years ago. I was terrified, but also curious. I managed to say, "Is someone there?" The humming stopped, and for a few seconds, there was complete silence. Then, in the corner of my room, a figure began to take shape. It wasn't misty or transparent like you'd expect a ghost to be. It was more like the air was bending around a human-shaped void. And it was wearing denim, jeans, a jacket, and a hat pulled low. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst from my chest. The figure didn't move toward me, it just stood there. Then I noticed something else in the room. A much smaller shape, sitting on the edge of my bed. It looked like a little girl, maybe 3 or 4 years old, with pigtails and a dress. She wasn't as clear as the denim man. She flickered like a candle flame. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The little girl, and somehow I just knew it was Benny, smiled at me and then looked up at the denim man. He reached down with one hand, and she took it. Then they both faded away, leaving nothing but the baby blanket clutched in my shaking hands. The room gradually warmed up again, and I sat there for what felt like hours, trying to process what I'd seen. Had the denim man been watching over my sister all these years? Was he some kind of guardian for our family's lost souls? When my parents got home, I showed Mum the blanket and told her what happened. I expected her to be upset, but instead, she seemed almost relieved. She told me something she'd never shared before, that when she was in labor with me, terrified because of what had happened with Benny, she'd seen the denim man standing in the corner of the delivery room. The doctors and nurses didn't notice him, but Mum said she felt calmer knowing he was there. "I think he's family," she said. "Someone who lived long ago, who still feels responsible for us. We don't know who he is or why he's attached to our family. We've looked through old photographs and genealogy records, but haven't found any ancestors who match his description. All we know is that he's been with us for generations, moving objects, watching over us, connecting us to those we've lost." I'm back at my apartment now, still shaken by what happened. The denim man hasn't followed me to college, at least I don't think he has, but I've started noticing small objects going missing and reappearing when asked. I don't know if I brought a piece of him with me, or if this is something that runs in my blood. All I know is that the boundary between the living and the dead seems thinner in my family. And somewhere out there, a man in denim watches over us for reasons I may never understand. Story 19. I never believed in ghosts until about 7 months ago. I still don't know if I'd call what happened a haunting exactly, but something was definitely happening in my house that I couldn't explain. I'm still not sure what to make of it all. My uncle Carl passed away last December after fighting health problems for years. He was my mum's older brother, and despite everything he went through, he always had this upbeat attitude that was kind of amazing considering what life threw at him. The diabetes hit him hard in his 60s. First, he lost his right leg below the knee, then his eyesight started going. By the end, he could barely make out shapes and colors, just enough to get around his own house, but not much more than that. The weird thing about Uncle Carl was his obsession with technology. For a guy who could barely see, he spent an insane amount of money on the newest gadgets. Latest iPad. He had to have it. New smart TV model released. He'd order it the same day. My mom and aunt were always worried about him blowing through his retirement savings on this stuff, especially since we all knew he couldn't really use most of the features. I was the designated tech support in the family, so I'd get calls from him maybe once a month asking me to come over and set something up or explain how to use some feature. I didn't mind. He was always grateful and would insist on ordering us pizza or something while I helped him out. Back in November, about a month before he died, he called me up all excited about this new 50-inch Samsung TV he'd ordered. I drove over to his place that Saturday and spent a couple hours mounting it on his wall and showing him the basic functions. The text-to-speech feature was important since he could barely read the screen, and I made sure to set up voice commands. He seemed happy with it when I left. But then, like 4 days later, he called again saying the TV was too much for him, said it was too big, too complicated, and wanted me to help him set up a smaller 32-inch model he'd just ordered instead. When I got there, he had the new TV still in the box and insisted I take down the big one. "What about returning the Samsung?" I asked him. "You've only had it a few days. We could probably get your money back." He waved his hand dismissively. No, I want you to have it. Consider it an early Christmas present." I tried to refuse. The thing had cost him over $700, but he was adamant. "Richard, please. I want someone to enjoy it. What am I going to do with it? I can barely see the damn thing anyway." So I took it home, feeling a bit guilty, but also grateful. That was the last time I saw him conscious. A week later, he developed an infection in his remaining leg that turned into sepsis almost overnight. By the time my aunt found him and got him to the hospital, he was delirious with fever. The doctors put him in a medically induced coma, but his organs started shutting down one by one. He never woke up again. The funeral was small, just family and a few of his old co-workers. As the closest nephew, I helped my aunt sort through his belongings afterward. We donated most of his unused tech gadgets to a local charity that helps low-income kids with school supplies. Uncle Carl would have liked that. My aunt asked if I'd keep his ashes at my place temporarily until spring, when we planned to scatter them at Willowbrook Park, where he used to take me fishing when I was a kid. So for a couple months, everything was normal. I had the Samsung TV set up in my living room. The urn with Uncle Carl's ashes sat on my mantel. My wife, daughter, and I settled back into our routine. I'd almost forgotten where the TV had come from. Then in February, about 2 months after the funeral, things started getting weird. I was watching a basketball game one evening when my daughter called from upstairs saying she needed help with her homework. I paused the game and went up to help her. I was maybe gone 15 minutes. When I came back downstairs, I stopped dead in my tracks. The TV screen had a massive dent in it, like someone had thrown something directly at the center. The picture was distorted with rainbow-colored lines radiating from the impact point. I just stood there, completely confused. My wife was out with friends. My daughter had been upstairs the whole time. I was the only other person in the house, and I hadn't thrown anything. There wasn't even anything on the floor in front of the TV that could have hit it. I checked the doors and windows, all locked from the inside. I looked around for anything that might have fallen, but there was nothing. The TV just looked like someone had punched it, hard. I ended up filing an insurance claim, saying I wasn't sure what happened, but suspected something must have fallen. I didn't want to sound crazy, saying the TV damaged itself. They replaced it with a similar model a week later. But that was just the beginning. The new TV started turning on by itself. The first time it happened was around 2 in the morning. My wife and I were jolted awake by the blaring sound of a car commercial at full volume coming from downstairs. I scrambled out of bed, ran down and found the TV on at maximum volume, though I was certain we'd turned it off before going to bed. The remote was exactly where I'd left it on the coffee table. "Did you check the timer settings?" my wife asked when I got back to bed. "First thing I checked," I told her. "Nothing set." 3 nights later, it happened again. Then again 2 nights after that. Always between 2 and 3 in the morning, always at full volume. I even unplugged the TV one night before bed, but somehow it was still on in the morning. I know that sounds impossible, but I swear that's what happened. Then one evening, my daughter came running into our bedroom looking freaked out. Dad. My TV is being weird, she said. I followed her to her room where her small television was on, showing just the number 4 on the screen, like it was on channel 4, but there was no picture or sound. The remote was on her desk across the room. I didn't turn it on, she insisted. I was doing homework and it just came on by itself. Then it started changing channels on its own. As we stood there watching, the screen changed to channel 7, then 9, then back to 4. See? She whispered. It's doing it again. I checked the remote. The batteries were actually dead. There was no way it was causing this. I unplugged her TV and told her she could finish her homework in our room that night. That same week, pictures started falling off walls. Not sliding off, literally flying off as if someone had knocked them from behind. The first time was a family photo in the hallway that flew off while I was walking past. It didn't just drop, it projected outward about 3 feet from the wall before crashing to the floor. 2 days later, a framed photo of Uncle Carl that we'd put on the mantel next to his urn crashed to the floor in the middle of dinner. We all heard it from the dining room. When I went to pick it up, the glass was shattered, but strangely, in a pattern that radiated from the center, exactly like the damaged TV screen had looked. I'm not the superstitious type, but by this point I was struggling to find rational explanations. My wife suggested it might be the house settling or some kind of electrical issue affecting our devices, but that didn't explain the flying pictures. My daughter was the first one to say what we were all thinking. I think it's great Uncle Carl, she said one morning over breakfast, after the living room TV had turned on by itself for the 5th night in a row. What do you mean? I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I knew exactly what she meant. He loved TV and technology stuff, right? Maybe he's trying to use our TVs to talk to us or something. My wife gave me that look, the one that says, don't encourage this. But honestly, I was starting to wonder the same thing. The following weekend, things escalated. I was home alone, sitting at the kitchen table paying bills online, when I heard a static noise from the living room. I walked in to find the TV on, displaying only static. As I reached for the remote, the static cleared for a second and I swear I saw the words "help me" flash across the screen before it went back to static. I nearly dropped the remote. Uncle Carl, I said out loud, feeling ridiculous even as I said it. The TV immediately shut off. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Uncle Carl's ashes sitting on our mantel, waiting to be scattered. About how he'd given me that TV right before he died. About how all the strange occurrences involved technology. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up on sleep and went downstairs. The urn was where it always was, on the mantel. I sat down on the couch and stared at it. What are you trying to tell me? I asked aloud. The TV clicked on. No picture, just audio this time. Static and garbled sounds that almost resembled speech, but not quite. Then my phone, which was on the coffee table, lit up and started cycling through apps on its own. It opened and closed messages, photos, contacts over and over, too fast for me to follow. I don't understand, I said, a chill running down my spine. My phone stopped on a photo, a picture of Uncle Carl from the previous Christmas, holding up his new iPad with a big smile. Then it switched to my contacts and scrolled rapidly before stopping on my aunt's name. The TV suddenly blared to life with sound. Call her! I nearly fell off the couch. The voice wasn't Uncle Carl's. It was that robotic text-to-speech voice I'd set up on his TV months ago. With shaking hands, I picked up my phone. It was 3:30 in the morning, but I called my aunt anyway. She answered on the 4th ring, sounding groggy. Richard, what's wrong? I'm sorry to wake you, I said, not even knowing how to explain why I was calling. Have you experienced anything strange since Uncle Carl passed away? There was a long silence. Then, you too, huh? She told me that she'd been having problems with her electronics ever since the funeral. Her TV would change channels. Her iPad would open apps by itself. Her microwave would start running in the middle of the night. There's something else, she said. her voice dropping. "Something I never told anyone. The day before Carl went into the hospital, he called me. Said he'd figured out a way to never really leave us. I thought he was just being sentimental, you know. But now I'm not so sure." As she spoke, I noticed the TV screen flickering behind me. I turned to look and saw it rapidly cycling through channels before stopping on a home shopping network showing, of all things, the exact same Samsung TV model Uncle Carl had given me. "What did he mean by that?" I asked, my mouth going dry. "I don't know exactly. He was into some weird stuff toward the end, always reading about transferring consciousness or something. I found books about it when we were cleaning out his place. I thought it was just him coping with dying, you know." As soon as she said transferring consciousness, every electronic device in my living room went haywire simultaneously. The TV flipped through channels rapidly. The lights flickered on and off. My phone grew so hot in my hand I had to drop it. Then, as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. The TV settled on a black screen with white text that read, "Not ready yet." The screen went black and everything shut off. The house fell completely silent. We scattered Uncle Carl's ashes the next day, not waiting for spring like we'd planned. My aunt brought all his remaining electronic devices and we donated them to different charities across town. For a few weeks after that, things were quiet. No more TVs turning on by themselves, no more flying pictures. I started to think maybe it was over. Then last week, I got a notification on my phone. "New device connected to your home network." I didn't recognize the device name, just a string of numbers and letters. That night, my new smart thermostat started cycling through temperatures on its own. And this morning, my daughter's tablet started playing a video of Uncle Carl from last Thanksgiving, though she says she never downloaded that video. I don't know what Uncle Carl did or how he did it, but sometimes I swear I can feel him watching through the cameras on our devices. Sometimes the TV still turns on in the middle of the night, but instead of blaring volume, it's just on, silent, like someone is watching through it. The weirdest part? The devices we've had the most problems with are the ones he never touched while alive. It's like he's learning how to use them, getting better at it, spreading through our network, and I have no idea what to do about it. Story 20. I still can't believe I'm actually typing this out. Part of me doesn't want to acknowledge what's been happening in my home for the past few months, because saying it out loud makes it real. But I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar, because this is slowly driving me insane. It started back in December of last year. I had just gotten a new tattoo on my forearm, a design I'd been planning for months. The session ran longer than expected, and by the time I got home, it was already around 8 in the evening. My boyfriend Jake was working the late shift at the hospital. He's a nurse. So I had the house to myself until around 2 in the morning. Our place isn't anything special, just a modest 3-bedroom ranch in a quiet suburb. We've been renting it for about 2 years now. Nothing weird had ever happened before this. I remember walking in and heading straight to the bedroom to change out of my clothes. My arm was still wrapped and a bit sore from the tattoo. My cat, Milo, was curled up on the bed as usual. I scratched behind his ears and was about to pull my shirt off when I heard it for the first time. Breathing. Slow, deliberate breathing. The kind you hear when someone is trying to control it. In through the nose, out through the mouth, rhythmic, steady, and it was coming from under my bed. I froze, my skin instantly covered in goosebumps. At first, I thought maybe it was just Milo making weird cat noises, but he was right there on the bed, and the breathing was definitely coming from beneath us. It sounded unmistakably human. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. No response, just that same steady breathing. I backed out of the room slowly, grabbed my phone from my purse and texted Jake. "I think someone is under our bed. I can hear breathing." He called me immediately. "Lydia, that's impossible. he said, trying to calm me down. Remember when we put the new mattress on? There's barely 4 inches of clearance under our bed frame. No adult could possibly fit under there. He was right. We had a platform bed with storage drawers on the sides. The middle section was open, but had a clearance of maybe 4 inches at most. A child couldn't even fit under there, let alone a full-grown person. Check the closet and the spare bedroom, Jake suggested. Maybe you're hearing something from another room. I reluctantly went back into the bedroom, keeping my distance from the bed. The breathing continued, in, out, like someone was lying directly underneath, their mouth near one of the gaps in the frame. I quickly checked the closet, under the sink in the bathroom, and the spare bedroom. Nothing. I was alone in the house except for Milo and whatever was making that sound. What scared me most was Milo's reaction. He was now sitting up on the bed, staring down at the floor, his ears pinned back. Cats are supposed to be indifferent to most things, but he was visibly disturbed. His eyes followed something I couldn't see. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? There's breathing coming from under my bed, but no one could physically fit there. They'd think I was crazy or playing a prank. Instead, I sat on the edge of the bed. I know, not the smartest move, but I was trying to convince myself I was imagining things. The breathing continued. It wasn't labored or scary like in horror movies, just normal, calm breathing, which somehow made it more terrifying. I could feel subtle vibrations through the mattress with each exhale. I turned on the TV and cranked up the volume to drown out the sound. For 4 hours I sat there, too afraid to change clothes or go to sleep, watching mindless reality shows while this thing breathed underneath me. Milo eventually came and curled up in my lap, but he remained tense, his eyes occasionally darting to the floor. Around midnight, the breathing stopped. Just like that. 1 minute it was there, the next it wasn't. I got down on my hands and knees and, gathering all my courage, lifted the bed skirt to look underneath. Empty. Just dust bunnies and hardwood floor. When Jake got home, I told him everything. Unlike most stories you hear, he didn't dismiss me or tell me I was crazy. He believed me, which was both comforting and terrifying. We checked under the bed together, moved it away from the wall, looked for vents or pipes that might make strange noises. Nothing explained what I'd heard. I convinced myself it was a one-time thing. Maybe stress from work or the pain from my new tattoo had caused me to hallucinate. We went back to normal life, though I couldn't look at our bed the same way anymore. Then, about a month later in January, I went to visit my college roommate in another state for a weekend girls' trip. Around 10 at night, I got a frantic call from Jake. "It's happening," he said, his voice tight with fear. "The breathing, I can hear it under the bed." My blood ran cold. Jake is the most rational, level-headed person I know. He deals with emergencies at work daily without flinching. Hearing him scared shook me to my core. "What should I do?" he asked. "Just stay on the phone with me," I said, stepping away from my friends to talk privately. "Is Milo acting weird?" "He's staring at the floor and won't come near the bed," Jake confirmed. For 2 hours, I stayed on the phone while Jake experienced the same thing I had. He described it exactly as I remembered. Steady, rhythmic breathing that sounded undeniably human. When it finally stopped, Jake slept on the couch. Since then, it's happened 5 more times. Sometimes when we're both home, sometimes when one of us is alone. The pattern is inconsistent. It might happen twice in a week, then not again for 3 weeks. We've started documenting every occurrence in a notebook, looking for patterns or triggers, but found nothing conclusive. The worst incident was about 2 weeks ago. I was home alone again, working late on my laptop in bed. Around 11 at night, the breathing started, but this time it was different, deeper, more present. I could feel the mattress subtly shifting with each breath, as if whatever it was had grown stronger, more substantial. I sat perfectly still, afraid to move. Milo, who had been sleeping at my feet, suddenly arched his back and hissed at the floor, something he'd never done before. Then I felt something brush against the underside of the mattress, like fingers or a hand pressing upward. I scrambled off the bed so fast I knocked my laptop to the floor. Standing in the doorway, I watched in horror as the mattress continued to deform slightly with each breath from below. There was a weight to it now, a presence that was undeniable. I slept in the car that night, keys in the ignition in case I needed to drive away. We've tried everything. We replaced the bed frame completely, thinking maybe there was something wrong with the wood that could create those sounds. The breathing continued. We had a priest come bless the house, despite neither of us being particularly religious. We burned sage. We installed a night vision camera under the bed that runs 24/7, but whenever the breathing occurs, the footage just shows an empty space, though the audio clearly picks up the sound. Last week, Jake found 3 long scratches on the underside of our mattress, perfectly parallel lines that weren't there when we bought it. Neither of us wants to speculate about what might have made them. We've considered moving, but our lease isn't up until November, and we can't afford to break it. Plus, there's this terrible thought that keeps haunting me. What if it follows us? The breathing is getting more frequent now. Last night, it started right as we were going to bed and continued until dawn. Neither of us slept. We just lay there, holding hands, listening to this thing breathe beneath us for hours. Jake thinks we should set up a camera to record our sleep and see if we're both experiencing some sort of shared sleep paralysis, but I know what I'm hearing is real. I've touched the floor and felt vibrations through the floorboards when it exhales. I don't know what to do anymore. We're exhausted, constantly on edge, jumping at every creak in the house. What terrifies me most is how this thing, whatever it is, seems to be growing bolder, more physical. I'm afraid of what might happen next. Will it eventually show itself? Will it do more than just breathe? Tonight, Jake is working another night shift, and I'm sitting on the couch, afraid to go into our bedroom. Milo is beside me, alert and staring down the hallway toward the bedroom door. A few minutes ago, I heard the breathing start again, even though I'm not in the room. It's never done that before. I don't want to go check. I don't want to know if it's somehow moved from under the bed. But I also can't just sit here all night. If anyone has experienced anything like this or has any advice that doesn't involve just move out, I'm desperate for help. I feel like I'm slowly losing my mind, but the scratches on our mattress and the recordings of the breathing prove I'm not imagining this. The most terrifying part? As I'm typing this, I swear I can hear the breathing getting closer, coming down the hallway toward where I'm sitting, and Milo just ran to hide under the coffee table.